Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, please go ahead.
I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Becerra?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez? Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Penalosa? Councilmember Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan? Mayor Mesqua?
Present.
The records show we have 4 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
I'll defer to the city attorney.
Mayor,
City
council members, we do have a request for your consideration. We have an item on our open session agenda tonight for which we've received public comment, including what we perceive as threats of litigation to a proposed ordinance. We would ask pursuant to the Brown Act that you add this item to your agenda as this issue came up after the posting of the agenda and there is a need to take immediate action. If you are inclined to do so, we would need a unanimous vote of the 4 of you who are present.
I'll just give I'm not in support of that. I think if we all read our emails and we're all up to date on things, we should discuss the ordinance publicly. Anybody else?
I don't see the harm in our legal staff, if they see a perceived litigation threat, advising this body, since it would be wise of this body to not expose the city to litigation, so I'm not opposed.
As we would need a unanimous vote, it doesn't appear we'd have that, so we would not be able to go into closed session on that item.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session?
For closed session, no, we have no speakers, and we did not receive any emails related to the closed session agenda.
Thank you. We will now recess this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on the closed session agenda.
Recording stopped.
test, test.
Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, can you please start the meeting?
Yes, Mayor, please go ahead.
Thank you all waiting patiently. As you know, sometimes we always have something very important to discuss in closed session, so thank you. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As mayor, I am afforded the opportunity to call for a break or recess or even to clear the meeting if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, or along the back walls. To ensure that all members of the public may watch and participate in the meeting without disruption. Guidelines for members of the news media and anyone else who wishes to film or photograph the meeting are available in the lobby. During city council presentations and oaths of office, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Becerra?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Present.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Present.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan?
Here.
Mayor Mesqua?
Present.
Records show all 7 members present.
Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
Yes, for members of the public who are on Zoom or teleconference to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Rodriguez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, everyone please stand. Raise the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Thank you, sir. Words of inspiration will be provided by the police chaplain Barnett. Please come to the podium. Thank you, sir.
I just have a simple little prayer of blessing for tonight. So, Lord God, we begin this service tonight, this meeting, Lord, and we ask that you would be here, that your wisdom would be on display, that you would use the people gathered here as your public servants, and that, Lord, wonderful things would happen for our community. We pray, Lord God, a blessing upon those to be honored tonight, and we're thankful, Lord, for the example they set. And, Lord, most importantly, we pray for our city. Bless and prosper our city, Lord God. Bring health and safety, and, Lord, keep our first responders safe. All the men and women in law enforcement, all those in the fire authority, Lord God, we want your blessing. In the name of the Lord, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Barnett. At this time, Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Clerk agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to just note for the record that agenda item number 27 was a continued noticed public hearing regarding sanitation fees. This item has been removed by staff, so there will be no action by the council.
Great, thank you. We're going to go to presentations. The first one is recognition of the Mater Dei High School Boys varsity soccer team for exceptional athletic performance. Can you all come up, please? Perfect. Yeah, Hello, welcome. You want to scoot down over time? Or crunch in there like family? Welcome. Wow. Look at these handsome young men up here representing modern day. Thank you for waiting patiently, everybody. Tonight, I'm pleased to welcome the Modern Day High School Boys Varsity Soccer Team. The Modern Day High School Boys Varsity Soccer Team includes 35 young men, 6 coaches. Coach Sean Gainey, Coach Jack Rice, Coach Jill Smith, Coach, oh, I know I'm gonna mess this one up, Cheyenne, Coach Carlos Godinez, and Coach Gus Gomez. Their accomplishments include overall 21-3-1. That's their league overall. Wow, congratulations. They're first in Trinity League, first in Southern Section, first in Southern Section Division 1, first in California, 5th in the nation. Yeah, big round of applause for that. I'm gonna say that again, 5th in the nation. Trinity League champs, Open Division champs, and the runner-up state regional finals for the Open Division. These are tremendous accomplishments. Modern Day High School has not won a title in the sport of soccer in over 22 years. Congratulations, gentlemen. Coaches, thank you. Congratulations. The program has several players who call the city of Santa Ana home. They come from families who are deeply rooted and own businesses within our community. Over half of the program is able to attend Modern Day with the assistance of financial aid and grants. These athletes grind in the classroom and on the field as they take advantage of the opportunities bestowed upon them by attending Modern Day. They have to maintain a certain GPA, right? All right. The adversity the team faced this season could have stamped the end of their run in the playoffs, but they leaned on faith and fought the humble fight for the program. On behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, I would like to express our pride in recognizing the Modern Day High School Boys Varsity Soccer Team, the coaches, and the parents, which you can never forget the parents. Please give your parents a round of applause. Never forget the parents. Special thanks to the booster mom, Candace Rodriguez, and everybody who participated in the Modern Day Boys Soccer program. So coaches, I am not gonna call out all the boys' names. We're gonna give them to you, but please come up and say a few words.
First, I want to say thank you to the mayor for having us and for all those kind words. Thank you to all the parents out there who have supported us. Thank you to the city of Santa Ana for supporting us. Thank you to Modern Day High School and all the administration and all the support that you guys have given us. And congratulations to each one of these boys. Not only are they exceptional on the soccer field, they're exceptional in the classroom. Our team GPA on the varsity team was 3.53 this year. They are exceptional men. Thank you. They are exceptional men on and off the field. We pride ourselves in making better individuals, and these guys are exemplary of that. So congratulations to all of our boys. Sure. Jack, would you like to say a few words? Okay.
You get emotional? It's all right, so do I, okay. All right, once again, let's give them a round of applause and congratulations to Modern Day. Why are you over there? Come up and take a picture. These are for you?
Yeah, you guys scoot in nice and tight. Maybe 2 by 2, or we can do a 0.5. It's all good. All right. You ready, gentlemen? And lady? Sorry. Smiles. 1, 2, 3. Keep smiling.
I'm sorry, council, please come down if you want to. I apologize.
Oh, yeah.
Where's the council?
There we go.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can go back. Oh, you did?
Okay, perfect.
Over here, over there first. All right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Look sharp, guys.
You know, look at Paul, everything. Everything's Paul. All right, congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you again for everything. I appreciate you. All right, let's give a big round of applause for Mater Dei. And if we can please invite the next recipients of our recognition here at the council, Pearl Rya and Leon Rya with the Rya Foundation. Please make your way to the front here. And if you're a family member with the Rya Foundation, we want you up here as well. You're part of their legacy. All righty. Well, thank you everybody for attending the Santa Ana City Council. Today we are celebrating our neighbors. March 19th, 2024. Today I have the pleasure and the honor of recognizing Pearl and the Rya Foundation. This is Women's History Month, and I'm a product of Santa Ana who was raised in Artesia Pilar, and families like mine don't just simply exist in beautiful neighborhoods like Artesia. The families that have been in Artesia have stayed in this community because of the services, because of the parks, because of the traditions that exist here. And the individuals that we're recognizing have over 3 decades of service in the city of Santa Ana, but more specifically to the Artesia Pilar neighborhood. I want to start first by thanking Pearl and Leon Rya for their services to the city of Santa Ana. These were former Parks and Rec employees who retired with the city. So let's first and foremost thank them for their service. The Rya Foundation was formed 2010, right here in the beautiful city of Santa Ana, by Pearl and Leon Rya, in response to the need for positive, affordable athletic opportunities for Santa Ana youth. They have combined 60 years of professional experience in organizing and in presenting youth and family programs, events that have been both professional and events that they've participated in their volunteer capacity. Both were former City of Santa Ana employees, Parks and Recreation professionals. With a dedicated board, the Rya Foundation has supportive volunteers, parents, and the Rya Foundation has served hundreds of children. They have helped them achieve their mission to develop youth to be successful adults by providing athletic opportunities, academic support, and family support. The Rya Foundation understands that we simply can't just serve children.
We have to have a two-pronged approach to wellness, and that means including parents and children together. Their motto is coaching success beyond sports, and their legacy exemplifies that. In 2023, the foundation provided services for over 800 boys and girls through their various events and activities. They partnered with and supported events in the city of Santa Ana, such as the Chicano Heritage Festival for the first year, and the second year, they provided the basketball tournament, which was busy at all hours of the day. In addition to that, they also have relationships with Santa Ana College, with SAUSD, Santa Ana Elks, Santa Ana Kiwanis, and the Vista Heritage Charter School, which is also located in Artesia Pilar. The Rya Foundation provides scholarships for its programs to help qualifying families. They have a principle that they live by, which is no family should be turned away. Referrals to supportive services are also provided and is part of the parent mentoring model that the Rya Foundation has. Tonight, they are being recognized for their outstanding work showcasing Santa Ana student athletes at the Santa Ana Prep Basketball Clinic, which was just held this past Friday, on Friday, March 15th. Their supporting sponsor was our former mayor and county supervisor, Vicente Sarmiento, and it showcased Santa Ana students and gave them the ability to participate in basketball games. They also have one-on-one games that they do, which is pretty fantastic. The goal of that event is to provide Santa Ana students and athletes an opportunity to demonstrate their basketball skills and to be celebrated with family, friends, and community. Thank you, Pearl. Thank you, Leon, for your outstanding contributions to the Santa Ana community. Thank you for making this a better place for children and families. On behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, we would first like to begin by honoring our matriarchs, by honoring Pearl Rya. So without further ado, this is gonna go here, Pearl. Thank you very much, Pearl. If you could share some words with us. This will also be going to your organization, the Rya Foundation.
Pearl wanted me to be short, but I'm not going to be as quick as the modern day guy, so please bear with us. Thank you, Councilman Hernandez, Madam Mayor, the City Council. It's great to be recognized like this. The event we put on Friday was a magnificent event. It couldn't have been made possible without a lot of community support. Santa Ana Kiwanis, Luis Meyer, the president, is here tonight. They were wonderful supporters. The Santa Ana Elks, Vicente Sarmiento, and a lot of other donors. Godinez High School that put on the event for us, and all their staff. It couldn't happen without them. Parks and Recreation for their assistance. Orange County Sports Zone, orangecountysportszone.com. If you go to that site, you'll see a wonderful coverage and great pictures of all the kids who participated. And the Santa Ana Unified School District, the athletic directors and coaches who helped bring teams together. Councilman Hernandez mentioned our mission to develop young people to be successful adults through positive athletic opportunities, academic success, and family support. And that's ingrained in everything that we do. One of the really cool partnerships we got this year was through the city of Santa Ana with the Say in California for All program, which is a youth mentoring employment program. And that's allowed us to expand our capability and our services tremendously. And we have two of them here today, Lelani Villasenor, Lelani, and Lucas on the Loose. We also have 3 participants from the All-Star game, the high school All-Star game, and that's Gilbert Vargas, Lucas, and Lelani. And so, congratulations to them, yes. The councilman mentioned the purpose of the event, which is to provide an opportunity to showcase the basketball talent of our student athletes in the Santa Ana Unified School District. And these are young people, many of them who we've known since they were 9 or 10 years old, who work tirelessly to be better players and better people. And sometimes it's overshadowed and not recognized. But 10 years ago, we had a vision and a dream. 4 years ago, we moved forward with making it come true. 4 years ago, there was a pandemic, so that went out the window. But we've been doing it for 3 years. And if you have the opportunity to come out at next year's event, please do, because it is a wonderful display of the positive attributes that our student athletes bring to our city. So we invite you to come out and join us next year. We do a lot of different things in the city. We have a track meet coming up on April 14th, and we invite everybody else to come. But none of this is possible without a lot of the people you see here standing behind us, whether they be parents, whether they be volunteer coaches, or whether they be our alumni. We have three board members with us, Norma Haro, Susie Gray, Josh Jogwe. Just a quick point, Susie Gray's son, Jake, was with us since he was 9 years old in our programs. Just got his master's degree from Boston University, was a Godinez High School graduate, and is now working in New York. We're real proud of Jake. We have Josh Jogwe. Josh Jogwe played in our program, went to Cedarstrom, graduated from UCI, and is now, I call him the whiz, the financial industry, making a lot of people money. And he volunteers for us. And then we have his brother Namdi. Namdi played for us, went to Cedarstrom, went to Brown, graduated from Harvard Law School, and is now doing wonderful things in the community. So we're really proud of all these young people here today. You talk about legacy, and they're going to leave a legacy. So we want to thank the council. We want to thank Councilman Hernandez. And we want to thank all of our parents, because when you're with the Rya Foundation, you become part of our family for life. And don't forget, April 14th, the Santa Ana Youth Games, track and field meet. Got another great partner, JFK Transportation, sponsoring that event. Children 7 to 14 years of age. It's free. It's another opportunity for kids to do something special. Thank you.
I'm Lucas Andaluz. I'm a senior at Godinez High School, and I've been part of the Rya Foundation for like 10 years, like most of my life, and they've taught me so much about leadership, about communication skills, just being a part of a team, and I think these are great skills that everyone should be able to learn. And if you guys have children, it's a wonderful experience. Just for me as basketball, I've had amazing coaches like Josh. He's taught me so much, not just in the game of basketball, but like with life, and it's just amazing. I just competed in the All-Star game. It was one of my last things I'm gonna do for Ryas, and it was amazing. Whoever was at the game, it was a good game. But it's just, the Ryas are amazing, everything they do for our community, and we love the support. And we're so grateful for Mr. Leon and Miss Rya. So.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a picture. If we can invite my colleagues as well, to take a picture, we'd love to have you. Get a little closer. Folks over there, come forward. You guys let me know what you need. Can we do one more? On the count of three, we say right? Okay. Yeah? All right, we gotta do it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Rya. Thank you. Thank you. However we can help.
Okay, next up, we have Councilmember Lopez, recognizing the Viet Rainbow of Orange County, please. Come on up.
Yes, looking for Paula and Ivy. Hi. Well, hello everyone. Good evening. Tonight we're going to be recognizing VROC, as we know them in the community, for their outstanding contributions. And Viet Rainbow, as they are formally known, is a grassroots organization based in Orange County, California, that builds community and mobilizes intergenerationally. VROC's mission is to create a world where everyone has the resources and agency to thrive with dignity. They primarily work with LGBTQ plus Vietnamese residents and their loved ones through research, education, and advocacy. And started in 2019, they conducted their own community needs assessment to better understand the ever-shifting landscape of challenges and needs for LGBTQ plus communities of color in Orange County. They found a need for more opportunities for intergenerational dialogue and healing, community building, and political education. From April 2020 through December 2021, VROC fundraised and maintained one of the first COVID-19 community assistance funds for LGBTQ people of color who live in the county, with a priority on undocumented individuals in partnership with RE Center. In total, they gave out over $70,000, which allowed community members to sustain themselves through the pandemic, pay for medical bills, pay for school tuition, buy fresh food, pay for childcare as well. In April of 2021, VROC helped host a COVID-19 vaccine clinic for trans and non-gender conforming individuals. And in June of 2022, they started Hot Person Summer, Little Saigon's first mutual aid pride event. It is a celebratory, fashion-forward community resource fair and gender-affirming clothing swap focused on celebrating queer people, trans people, and celebrating joy. And so through this event, they were able to provide gender-affirming haircuts, binders, and resources free of cost to participants. And in 2023, VROC mobilized to protect students' rights in the county of Orange. They also participated in 26 events in outreach to the Asian American community and the LGBTQ plus community. And they conducted 12 workshops, which equals one per month, touching on several topics such as self-care, mental health, well-being, advocacy, and leadership skill building. And they reached more than 5,000 people. I want to thank VROC, all the organizers of this grassroots organization for all the work that they do day in and day out and year after year, not just for Santa Ana residents, but for people in need throughout this county. So we want to recognize all of your work and present you with the certificate, and hopefully you'll share a couple of words about the extra work that you do.
Hi, my name is Ivy. I use they, them pronouns, and I am the Senior Education Coordinator at VROC. I have with me Paulo Vo, who is our newest member, who is our Senior Program Coordinator for Mental Health and Wellbeing. My family has lived here in Santa Ana for over 40 years, and I am so fortunate to have found another family of queer and Vietnamese folks here in Orange County. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for introducing a little bit about VROC. I just wanted to elaborate a bit further. Viet Rainbow of Orange County, or VROC, stands on the shoulders of previous LGBTQ plus Vietnamese American activist groups in Orange County, California, and is part of that legacy. Our beginnings as an organization began in 2013 when a group of LGBTQ plus Vietnamese American individuals were barred from participating in the annual Lunar New Year Thet Parade, as the parade organizers stated that being LGBT was not part of Vietnamese culture. In response, LGBTQ plus Vietnamese youth and Vietnamese mothers of LGBTQ plus children and organized and fought for inclusion and established VROC. We strive to create a world where everyone has the resources and agency to thrive with dignity. Currently, our key strategies are research, education, advocacy, and strengthening collective power alongside other communities working towards liberation. We would like to thank Councilmember Lopez for recognizing our efforts in engaging with and advocating for our LGBTQ plus Vietnamese community. We could not have done it without the love and support of our communities. In our work towards justice and liberation, we must also remember that injustice anywhere threatens injustice everywhere. The genocide that is happening in Palestine is an issue that affects us all and has particular resonance with the Asian American Pacific Islander community here in the United States, especially us and our Southeast Asian siblings. As an LGBTQ+ advocacy organization, we reject efforts in pinkwashing our collective movements towards liberation, which include queer Palestinians as well. Finally, organizing, protesting, and civil disobedience are part of REROC's origins, and we would be remiss to not acknowledge the courageous efforts of the community members here in Orange County who have fought for the liberation of Palestine and who have the right to continue their efforts and resistance until liberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next presentation is by Councilmember Vasquez, please, del Centro Cultural de Cultura de Mexico.
What? Oh, pásale, come on. Stand right here. Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo está? Ahí está.
Ahorita, yo primero y después ustedes.
What's up? Say hi to everyone.
Thank you for grabbing me, okay? Un ladito. Algo bien.
¿Cómo está? So tonight I'm so proud to be here to present a proclamation recognizing el Centro Cultural de México en el Condado de Orange. I have been part of this group since 2006. I joined and I was a board member up until about 2 years ago. So whereas el Centro Cultural de México is celebrating its 30th anniversary, and whereas el Centro Cultural was founded on March 18th, 1994, at the height of the anti-immigrant movement in California, and whereas Mexican immigrant women came together to begin an organization by the name of el Centro Cultural de México to create a counter-narrative of what it meant to be Mexican and immigrant by organizing opportunities to learn, organize, and teach Mexican culture and immigrant history in a dignified and empowering way. And whereas el Centro Cultural was grown to be an organization that truly represents a unified-based institution for building democratic processes, buy-in for immigrant community in Orange County. So when we make decisions at El Centro, we make them as a group. We form consensus. There's no leaders. We're all leaders. Everybody here would be a leader, and we vote. It has taught me to be humble. It has taught me to take the word of the people and move that forward. It's made me the person I am today. El Centro Cultural is committed to serving as a pivotal location where communities can come together, organize, and obtain support and resources during public health emergencies. El Centro Cultural is the only organizations in Orange County combining legal services, community organizing around housing and labor rights, and whereas El Centro Cultural has been a central site of information since 2014, providing resources and different form of aid. During COVID, we gave out $800,000 of funds to undocumented families, and we did it at the beginning without being paid as volunteers. Thank you for all the work. Most of the women here did that work. Their cultural network reaches approximately 1,000 immigrants family in Orange County. El Centro Cultural is committed to investing in both its physical and social infrastructure and continue to build and strengthen resilient communities and spaces that are based on networks and trust and long-term relationships. Now that we, the mayor and the city council of Santa Ana, do hereby recognize and celebrate the 30th anniversary of el Centro Cultural. A ver. ¿Alguien quería hablar? ¿Decir unas palabras?
Sí, Gema, y después yo, después la niña también. A ver, Gema.
Hola, buenas tardes. Voy a hablar en español porque es nuestro idioma más fácil. ¿Sí? ¿Está bien? Ok. Mi nombre es Gema, soy coordinadora de organización comunitaria. Llevo 15 años, al igual que muchos aquí, como voluntarios, y me da gusto presentar a Socorro para decir unas palabras que ella estuvo desde el principio como cofundadora. Adelante.
Gracias, Gema. Gracias. Gracias, Benjamín, por este reconocimiento. Bueno, en el centro tenemos un lema que nos llega al corazón. El centro es de quien lo trabaja. Entonces, este reconocimiento lo recibimos en nombre de todos los voluntarios y todas las voluntarias, de todos los maestros y maestras que han trabajado todos esos 30 años sin sueldo de voluntarios, por todos los activistas por la justicia social que trabajan sin cesar durante estos 30 años, por nuestros artistas de corazón y por todos que han trabajado en el centro y que han hecho de un trabajo inolvidable, interminable durante todos estos años, estos 30 años. Durante estos 30 años, muchas gentes que han participado, algunos ya no se encuentran entre nosotros, pero sus fuerzas y su participación ya forma parte de la historia y del futuro del centro, aun cuando no estén aquí. A ellos un aplauso y un reconocimiento. Bueno, y este futuro lo tenemos asegurado por la fuerte participación de nuestros jóvenes en el centro y de nuestras nuevas generaciones. Aquí me gustaría darle crédito a esta nueva juventud, a estos niños que nos llenan con su fuerza en el centro y que continúan con el legado inspirado por el amor a nuestros ancestros y el amor a nuestra cultura. Y un aplauso para ellas también, que son nuestra inspiración.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Kaylee Siena y tengo 7 años y yo bailo folclórico con mi pequeña hermana Daniela en el grupo de folclórico de las niñas pequeñas. Pero estoy muy orgullosa del Centro Cultural de México porque no solo tiene folclórico, pero muchos otros servicios que ofrecen para que nuestra cultura de México se siga vivo para todos estos años. Y estoy muy orgullosa para ser parte del Centro Cultural de México con mi hermana. Y no solo hay folclórico, hay muchísimos otros servicios, como hay folclórico para toda la familia, para pequeños, para niños grandes, hasta para adultos. Y también en los lunes también puedes aprender cómo bordar. Y por eso yo me siento muy orgullosa para ser parte de este Centro Cultural de México y me siento tan feliz y orgullosa para nuestro centro para ganar este muy especial reconocimiento. Good. Voy a hacerlo en inglés. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kaylee Siena, and and I'm 7 years old, and I'm very proud and happy to be part of the El Centro Cultural de Mexico with my little sister Daniela, and I I'm learning how to dance flocorico from the little kids group. But there are also many other services and traditions that you can learn how to do here at El Centro Cultural de Mexico. Like not only if you're a little kid, even if you're an adult, you can still learn how to dance flocorico. You can dance flocorico at any age, and on Mondays you can learn how to bordar. And that's why I'm so proud that El Centro Cultural de Mexico is getting this very special initial award. And I'm very proud to be part of the Centro Cultural de Mexico.
Bravo. So yeah, this is why we think culture is powerful, because of what we just witnessed. Entendemos que la cultura es clave en cualquier movimiento social. Estamos con mucho orgullo de apoyar proyectos como lo son Noche de Altares, la radio comunitaria 104.7, el Mercadito Carrusel, que este sábado pasado apenas celebró su mensual mercadito, donde se lucha por espacios de comercio comunitario, que aunque abundan en la ciudad, todavía luchamos por un reconocimiento y regularización legal. A la vez, nuestros compañeros de Palestinian Youth Movement llevaron a cabo un evento informativo a la comunidad palestina, y les mandamos a la comunidad palestina les mandamos un solidario y amoroso abrazo. Que sepan que las puertas del centro están abiertas para ellos. Y reconocemos a aquellas personas de la ciudad que entienden y valoran la contribución de la gente migrante y refugiados, de los de abajo, de la humanidad y valor de las personas. Y nuestros movimientos están conectados desde la lucha de los trabajadores con Palestina. Nuestros movimientos están conectados desde la lucha de los trabajadores a Palestina. Y también del derecho de votar, el derecho de vivienda, aquí y en nuestros países, de donde vengamos. Y sabemos también que cuando la cultura muere, la gente muere. Gracias.
Ma'am, you need to not make with the comments, please. We need to keep, we're doing a picture. Ma'am, please do not disrupt the meeting. At this time, Mr. City Manager, we have staff presentations when we're all done here. It says, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Min Tai is going to provide a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and member of the City Council, as well as our Santa Ana community. Tonight, I'd like to present to you the few presentation award of recognition to our planning division. Our planning division is frequently recognized for plans and projects that exemplify smart and advanced use in land use and design practices. And I'm privileged to lead such a talent group of dedicated community planners who is guided by our planning manager, Ali Pozeskopour. If I can take a moment to recognize our staff. Ali and staff, if you can just stand up to be recognized by our council and the community. So to say that this team is an award-winning team is an understatement. Since 2001, our planning division and the department has won over 30 awards for the activities that we have done through our staff's dedication to excellence. And this year is no exception. Tonight, it is my distinguished honor to present to the council and our community with awards and recognition highlighting projects from our community, and they include the Santa Ana Arts Collective at Main and 17th.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt really quick? Can you have your staff come up here?
Sure,
Please?
sure.
We'd like all of you to come up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for doing that. So while they'll come up, I'll continue.
Thank you.
4th Street Market Lofts in our downtown, and La Pasita Cinco in the Artesia Pilar neighborhood. These and other awards recognition we have received over the years are also on display on the 2nd floor in the Ross Annex. Next slide, please. The first project, the Santa Ana Arts Collective. This award is an honor award presented by the American Institute of Architects, recognizing excellence in residential design. This project was also featured in a full-page spread in the National American Planning Association, highlighting successful adaptive reuse of office building. Next slide. Next slide is a 4th Street Market Loft. This is also another adaptive reuse of an existing building. It is a merit award also presented by the American Institute of Architects, recognizing excellence in design and execution of architecture. Next. Our staff, this is last but not least, but our staff share with me that they're particularly proud of this one. It is a recognition from the Joint Center for Housing Studies of the Harvard University. So out of 47 nationally identified projects featured in the Harvard University Journal recognizing excellence in residential design, 2 spaces were reserved for the city of Santa Ana. So that's 2 out of 47 nationwide. I think that's worth a clap, don't you? So this is all being done through the support of the City Council as well as our community. And I want to say thank you to our dedicated team in front of you here as well. In closing, I look forward to our city ongoing achievements as well as the leadership. And I want to congratulate us all, and I look forward to working hard with everyone to hopefully come back next year with some awards as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. We appreciate it. Thank you to all your staff. City Manager comments. Mr. City Manager, can we please hear your comments at this time?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. Good evening, members of the community, and good evening, city staff. At the request of the Mayor and City Council on February the 20th and on March 5th at the City Council meetings, I provided detailed updates concerning a new application for a needle distribution program planned for Santa Ana. The recorded update from March 5th is available to the public on our city website. The site has all of the latest information that the public needs on this vital issue. Please visit the site. Tonight, I want to again highlight a few key messages related to this issue. Number one, that the new application was received by the state, and that's a fact that is out there, and a copy of that application is available for review by the public on our city website. The application describes how this group would operate a needle distribution program in Santa Ana. We have significant concerns when their plan is to provide 300,000 needles, but only collect 180,000 needles. So their plan, if it is even accurate in terms of their application, is to not collect 120,000 needles annually in Santa Ana. The basic structure of this plan is unacceptable. Number two, we know that everyone remembers the prior program that was operated within Santa Ana from 2016 to 2018, and it was an epic failure and caused harm and headache in our entire community. Number three, the County of Orange is our partner on this issue, and they have a stated position in opposition to this type of program. Thank you to the county. The county health officer is strongly opposed as well. As our local health expert, she strongly believes that the county is not ready for this type of program. She has stated it will result in significant negative impacts, as well as create the need to redirect valuable staff time away from other duties to respond to the needle debris all over Santa Ana and other parts of the county. The public should know that the city is strongly requesting meaningful consultation with the California Department of Public Health. We want to talk to them to ensure that they fully understand our concerns and the negative impacts from the last program. Our legal team is negotiating for the state to live up to the law and their obligation for meaningful consultation. In short, we want them to talk to various stakeholders in our community about our concerns. We should not have to fight for this, but we are. There are many key stakeholders, and of course, the public and our neighborhoods are one of those stakeholders. We want our residents to have the ability to communicate concerns directly to these California Department of Public Health leaders. It is not okay for them to sit in their offices in Sacramento, 400 miles away, and not engage our Santa Ana community. We have met with and communicated with our key local, state, and federal legislators about our concerns. As a first step, we are seeking their help in obtaining meaningful consultation from the state. We publicly thank them for their help so far. I know the mayor and city council want to make sure we keep preparing ourselves related to these issues, and we will. The mayor and the city council will need the community to become involved at the right time in the future. So we want residents to continue to stay engaged on this issue. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, for your leadership on this issue and for the time to provide this update tonight. That concludes my report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We really appreciate that. The information that you give out is very valuable and very important to our community. At this time, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of our public. The City Council held closed session this evening to discuss 3 matters as listed on the agenda. The Council has taken reportable action on item number 3, which was the public employee appointment. The Council, by a unanimous vote, has appointed Alvaro Nunez to serve as the acting city manager, effective upon interim city manager Tom Hatch's last day with the city, which will be March 29th, 2024. That's all the reportable action that I have.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Before we do public comments, if the council would be so kind, I'd like to, if I can get a vote on item 8 so that we can have our youth commissioner be allowed to go home if he's still present.
I'll make a motion to move the item.
Second.
Thank you very much. If we can prepare to vote. at this time, Jennifer?
And Mayor, as we do have Mayor Pro Tem teleconferencing, I'll be taking roll call votes this evening.
Thank you so much, appreciate
Yes.
it.
So, Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza, Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan,
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with a noted temporary absence from Councilmember Penaloza. And if Wyatt is present, he could come up to the well to receive his oath of office.
Thank you.
I, Wyatt Mathavan, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this application freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Madam Clerk, please record my vote as a yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Penaloza. So noted, motion approved unanimously.
Mayor, can I have a point of inquiry if I could ask a question?
I'm sorry?
Can I have a point of inquiry?
Sure.
Can I propose to move item 24 to the front as many people are celebrating Ramadan? They've been fasting since sunrise, and they've been waiting to break that fast, and they haven't drank water or food or any kind of element since then, but they're here to speak on item 24. Can I propose to move that up?
I'm okay with it if the rest of the council is. The only thing is, we have public comments. You want to hear those first because there's public comments from, or you want to just
go to item 24.
You want to go to item 24 then?
Yeah.
Put it in front of public comments. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Mayor and City Council, per the Brown Act, you do have to hear public comment on items prior to them being acted upon.
So it's 2 minutes, 2 hours max. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So let me, this is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers that are here present, and then we'll go to Zoom. 2 minutes, 2 hours max, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. As the mayor stated, speakers will have 2 minutes for their comments, up to a maximum of 2 hours. Before calling speakers, I'll announce the report of email summaries. As of today at 2 p.m., we received 68 emails, 1 on item 11, 1 on item 12, 53 on item 24, 4 on item 27, and 9 on non-agenda topics. Those were distributed to the council and posted to the city's website. We will now hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by those on the conference call or Zoom to provide comments. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. I'll be calling speakers 3 at a time. If you could please line up in the aisle behind the podium when your name is called so that you can be ready to make your comments after the former speaker. The first 3 speakers, Liza Rios, Jeffrey Katz, and Hassan Abu Shamzani.
I'm Lisa Rios, and I'm a resident of Floral Park.
I'm going to stop it. I know.
That was 30 seconds. Now imagine 2 more hours, 59 more minutes, and 30 more seconds. That recording taken from the inside of my home with the doors closed and the windows closed. Before I go on, I just want to make it clear that I am not here at all to represent a political stance. That is not it at all. My quarrel is not with the message, but the mode in which it is being delivered. And understandably, wanting to protest the horrific atrocities, travesties that are going on in Palestine and in Israel, I understand the need, but what I don't agree with is punishing those who had nothing to do with the signing of a piece of legislation, the signing of a policy. I am a first-generation American, and generations before me came from countries that were filled with chaos, that did not value freedom of speech. I'm very proud of our democracy. I'm very proud to be a first-generation American, and that we do value being able to use our voice for personal justice and for social justice. But there is a way to send a message by being able to have respect for others and integrity. When we've made phone calls to the police department for non-emergencies, we've been told that this sort of protesting cannot be done with bullhorns, with any type of automated or battery-operated type of
your
voice
time is up.
submission.
It started at 3 minutes, and so you're down to the 1 minute mark now.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, if you can adjust.
I've got the gavel.
Can I postpone until
Mayor Pro Tem.
We're taking them in order as received.
That's ridiculous. These are the words of one Santa Ana resident, as reported to NBC News on a night when the noise was particularly blaring. Quote, "This is my district. I'm embarrassed that this is how you're treating my neighbors. There's children here. Have some respect for my community." The words are of Honorable Councilmember Jonathan Ryan Hernandez, spoken April 6, 2022, as the Santa Ana Police Department was blared Disney tunes in Artesia Pilar late one night. As president of the Floral Park Neighborhood Association, I'm here and I'm charged to come here on behalf of my neighborhood in its entirety to speak for those here and those at home, to let you know that we certainly appreciate the essence of our democracy. A democracy that cherishes the rights of every single person to speak their mind. However, as Councilmember Hernandez said, this speech, it must be tempered with responsibility and with respect. 4 months ago, the good people of Floral Park wrote a letter to Councilmember Hernandez beseeching her to heed our concerns and shield our city from the turbulent winds of the Middle East affairs. But alas, our police fell on deaf ears, they were ignored, and they were forgotten. So Councilmember Hernandez, wherever you are right now is your chance, once again, to make a decision.
Councilmember Hernandez is right here, sir. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lopez. My Councilmember Lopez, who was unaware.
We need to let him finish, please. I apologize. I just wanted to just clarify for you.
Please, can I?
Yeah, we're going to give you back your time. Go ahead.
This is the lack of respect that I'm talking about. I know we are.
Let's please be respectful, everybody.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Katz.
you.
This is your opportunity to decide, will you stand with the weary people of Ward 3 who simply want tranquility and peace, or will you stand with Palestinians who are protesting and for certain agencies such as Chispa, who certainly seek to sow seeds of discontent and discord? This is not a question of policy, this is a question of
Mr.
principle.
Katz, your time is up.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Hassan Abu Shamzani, Jairo Cortez, and Kelly.
Good evening, Councilman Hernandez. Hope you're doing well. Everyone who's come up and spoken so far has talked about their comfort and not wanting to be woken up in the early morning. While children in Gaza are being woken up every morning by bombs, by the looming threat of death over each and every one of them, by a tyrannical, illegal occupation and a genocidal attack on their homelands. Firstly, I come here to say I believe Congressman Lou Correa should call for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. And secondly, if the sacrifice we have to make for the children in Gaza is being woken up a little early because one congressman is willing to take money from an organization promoting genocide, I think that that is a sacrifice that we are all obliged to make. It's a necessary sacrifice, and you should not take up these grievances with your community on two separate issues. Two separate community organizations have both talked about Palestine. Clearly this is an issue that your citizens care a lot about. I just believe that we should not be bowing over to, the entrance of one man who wants to get a little Saturday, sleep in while he goes the next morning to Washington and, votes for genocide. I think that the people have had enough, and we've tried to reach him every way possible. The only way we had left was to go to his house and wake him up. And so if you're so concerned about this, why don't you make sure that he gets his emails on time? Thank you.
Next three speakers, Jairo Cortez, Kelly, and Robin.
Good evening. My name is Jairo Cortez. I'm the Executive Director at Chispa. And I want to start off by saying that Congressman Lou Correa needs to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza now. I'm a resident of Ward 5, and I'm here in opposition to item 24, the Lou Correa Peace of Mind Ordinance. There has been a consistent pattern of cowardice in the face of opposition and of antipathy towards opposing viewpoints within this council over the last year and a half. And that's what this ordinance is about. Elected public officials seeking to create a little protective bubble around themselves to insulate against opposing views expressed by their constituents. In 2016, I organized a protest in front of Vince Sarmiento's house. He didn't respond by introducing ordinances to crack down on protests. Can't say the same for some of you. Councilmember Becerra regularly hides comments on his social media profiles. Up until a few days ago, the mayor's official Instagram page was private, and I sent an email about this to city staff last week. I would like to hear a response. So enough, be adults, and accept that responsibility that comes with being a public official. Engage with your constituents. Argue with us if you want. We've argued, because you're not children, and neither are we. Don't tell us to start treating you as such by passing this ordinance. Instead, support democracy and uplift the ability of residents to engage with their elected officials and adopt a policy to standardize social media policies against censorship that all council members in this body should follow. Thank you.
Kelly, followed by Robin and Omar Z.
Hello, I'm back here again. I'm a mom, and yet I feel like I'm with more children here because of this Prop 24. I'm also standing up here to please ask for Lou to call for a ceasefire. I think it's pretty clear. We've also said to Lou that if he wanted us to be quiet as we're peacefully protesting, I've been there, it's peaceful, except for one time when a neighbor charged us, grabbed 2 phones from the hands of someone and smashed them on the ground, which is a felony. So everything I've seen has been pretty violent from the neighbor's side. We're exercising using our voice. This bill is in place to silence us. And this is a problem. This isn't democracy. This is people trying to keep themselves comfortable because of their skin and their conditioning. This is a problem. And last time I was here, you guys sat here and said that this didn't affect foreign. Well, here we are. Here we are. It's a problem in your streets, right? It's a problem. It's here. It's not going to go away, guys. We're not stupid. Like, we're not stupid. And isn't this what the world is about? Having these tough conversations? Who's the fragile one? You know, we can't have these conversations. This is what a democracy is. We're watching it die. We're watching it die because you're trying to silence us. And I'm telling you, I've been at those protests. They're peaceful. We're asking him to talk to us. He's not writing us. He's not emailing us. He's emailing about his comfort. You know, there's a difference between peace and comfort and peace and justice. And we're not here no one's comfortable. You want to hear some sounds? I can play some sounds of my friends that are there, and they're hearing much more disturbing sounds. Yeah, like screams.
Kelly, your time is up.
Yeah, I don't need any more. Next speaker
if we can please be respectful so that we can get every public speaker to have an opportunity to share, please refrain from clapping or cheering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. I was just about to say that. But if we're going to continue to have to say that, then we're going to have to take a break. The chief will let us know when it's safe to come back out, but we have to let everybody speak. So this is the second time that we've said this now. So after this, then we're going to go on a break. And then, Chief, you let us know when we'll come back out. But we cannot have this. We need to get this through so everybody can speak, please. Thank you.
The three speakers are Robin, followed by Omar Z, and Omar K.
So, Councilmember Vasquez, on March 5th at the City Council meeting, you made this grandiose statement about how the U.S. welcomed and helped all of the victims of Kristallnacht. I'm sure you know Kristallnacht was not a pop-up pogrom, and that it occurred after 40 years of anti-Semitism occurring across an entire continent. Things that were dehumanizing to Jews. We were paraded in public humiliation. We were ridiculed and subjected to screams of blood libel and conspiracy theories, not unlike the things that go on in this room. And I want you to know, of course you should know, that the response to Kristallnacht was international collective silence. Even the United States, every country in the world closed their borders to the Jews. We are terrified that that is happening again right now, right here. You see, Councilmember Lopez, my people have been ethnically cleansed or suffered an extermination event an average of 100 years for the past 3,000 years. Just like your family, we have had to flee for our lives. We have been murdered by militants, and our countries have become unsafe for our families. And we see it happening right here in Santa Ana, and you are not saying a thing about it.
Omar Z, followed by Omar K and Kashif G.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Hello, Council. I'm back here. Sorry to be back here again, guys, especially to you, the Mayor. It took you 5 months to prove that a genocide in Gaza was city business. Just now, you recognized two different groups of people in the city business portion of this meeting. And did you guys notice how they were talking about Palestine? Did you guys see that? So, you might not think it's city business, but your city business is talking about Palestine. What does that tell you guys? Now that we got the ceasefire passed, you guys chose to bring me back here to fight for my First Amendment right. It's being stripped away And it seems that we can protest against anything in this world except one thing. I just have one question for you, all of you. Are we in the greatest country in the world, or are we in the United States of Israel? Mayor, are we in the United States of Israel? Okay. Since you're not going to listen to me, I'm here, Mayor Valerie, again, to ask for your resignation, and there's a reason for it. Your Islamophobic comments last time when we passed the ceasefire, and you said, I told you they're not peaceful, and you were talking about me and my people. And we are peaceful. And just to let you know, I've never committed a crime in my life. I've never been charged of anything. So why do you think I'm not peaceful? Why can the other side say that there's a lot of hate being towards Jews, but why do Muslims get no respect? It's been proven that 40,000 of us can get killed and it won't shed a tear from you. Not one tear. And I know that for a fact. So my question to you is, at what point will you step down because you're not fit for this job? Because you have a prejudice against Muslims and a prejudice against Arabs. You kicked me out of your birthday party even after I wished you a happy
your time
birthday.
is up. Next speakers, Omar K., Kashif G., and Yaz.
Good evening, council members. My name is Omar Kurdi. I'm an attorney and an activist, and I've been involved in organizing efforts to get Congressman Correa to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, including protests in front of his office and more recently his house. I'm here today to ask that you not adopt the proposed ordinance, which would end up restricting our First Amendment rights. It should go without saying the First Amendment is the cornerstone of our democratic society. The right to free speech and to freely assemble and petition our elected officials is the bedrock from which all of our other rights are built. I have serious concerns, as does the ACLU, about the effects this proposed ordinance will have on First Amendment rights and the chilling effect it will have on First Amendment activity. I hope you share in my concern and consider this issue carefully. For nearly 6 months, members of our community have been demanding our elected officials do their part to help bring an end to the slaughter and to the genocide in Gaza. This includes protests in front of Congressman Correa's office and his house. It's in response to these efforts dealing with this issue, the issue of the genocide in Gaza, that this council has taken it upon itself to propose this ordinance, which begs the question, why is it that this council proposed the ordinance now and in response to these protests? Why did the council not raise any such proposal after protests in front of Dr. Nicole Quick's home, the Orange County health officer who faced protesters because of the county mask mandate, or Supervisor Katrina Foley, who faced similar protests over similar issues? The list could go on. Congressman Correa has a portrait of Cesar Chavez in his office. What would Cesar Chavez say about this proposed order?
Next speakers, Kashif G., Yaz, and Marina Salmon.
Thank you, everyone. I wanted to share an excerpt of a very inspirational speech that is extremely relevant to the proposed protest ban. And I quote, "History, remembering history. Well, ladies and gentlemen, history is being repeated today. We cannot wait. We cannot let it happen. If there is one thing I'm going to do today, I'm going to ask you, do not let this happen. Do not let us in that building wait. Take action right now. Lives that are suffering right now, human beings, can't let history repeat itself. Please make sure the next time you are here, double the amount of people. Make sure your voices are raised loudly. You have to make sure that you remind us that we are on top of this. Please make sure you take action so that history is not repeated." This is from a speech given by Lou Correa on September 23rd of last year while he was shining light on the ethnic cleansing happening to the Armenian community. I bring this up now not to undermine past atrocities, I bring this up to shed the light on the irony and the hypocrisy of our leaders. We are encouraged to speak up and take action, but you are now voting on a resolution to silence us. Instead, we all should be focusing our efforts to urge Lou to stop his double standard, hypocrisy, and follow his own teaching. Urge him to call for a ceasefire. Lou, this is for you if you're listening. I know it's uncomfortable for many to criticize Israel, and they probably think it's political suicide. I urge Lou to not fall into the trap. The truth is becoming so clear. Stand up for what is just, and God will be on your side. Thank you.
Next speakers, Yaz, Marina Salmon, and Maha Afra. And a reminder, if you could please note your ward or neighborhood for the record.
Well, glad to be here again. I think this is my 20th meeting, hoping to come every other Tuesday or whenever we have these meetings. This is actually fun to be here. I want to say I know what the folks in that neighborhood feel. I lived in LA with a 6-month-old when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening. There was a lot of noise, there was a lot of protest, but never once did I say, wow, you know what? This is a lot of noise. They really shouldn't be protesting down the street. Because what I went through is a fraction of what the African American community went through. When I get pulled over, until they see my name, I actually don't get questioned. When they see my name, it's a whole different story, but we don't need to go into that. This doesn't affect just Palestinian protesters. Just know if you sign up for this, when there's protests in the future, this is one more thing you're giving your cops the ability to use to shut down protests. This is the same concerns people had when the LA City Council tried to pass this kind of ordinance. So just know, you vote for this, your names will be on that. When a Hispanic community protest, when a Black community protest, or any other community that feels like they have a concern protest. When you chose public office, no one forced you to do it. Lou Carrera, if you don't like the attention you have, resign. We don't care, resign. You chose that position, own it. But now we're seriously talking about limiting someone's constitutional rights to protest? Just know, you vote yes on this, believe me, it will be backlash for your political career. Some of you on this council are young and gonna do some amazing things in the future. Some of you are washed up and almost done. Don't join the washed up people. Help your career. Keep your name off of this agenda item, because believe me, there'll be backlash for this. Thank you. See you in 2 weeks.
Marina Salmon, followed by Maha Afra and Dagoberto Juarez.
I'm Marina. I'm a Santa Ana resident of French Park, I think, formerly of Riverview. Representative Lou Correa is using this ordinance to erode and destroy democracy and freedom, the very things our nation claims to stand for. We can't vote in good confidence because representatives like Lou Correa refuse to listen to our pleading. Our elected representative, who we put in power, is refusing to listen to the majority will of his constituency. We would not be at his house if he would act in decency and do what is right by calling for a ceasefire and for the end of military aid to Israel as they commit a genocide. Now he is trying to render our right to assemble and protest ineffective by making us stay 300 feet from his home. First, it will not stop us because we are fighting for the lives of our community's families in Gaza and occupied Palestine, to end their suffering from starvation and lack of any basic necessities and rights. I don't know if anybody here has ever starved. That is what our money and support of Israel is doing to people. And moving us 300 feet away not only hampers the effectiveness of our protest upon the man who deserves it, but it will make his neighbors 300 feet away extremely upset as well. Second, if we cannot vote or peacefully protest with any effectiveness, then we are effectively living in an authoritarian government where the people in power can lie and do whatever they please. We are already seeing that with Representative Lou Correa. How many more ordinances like this will pass before we become exactly like the dictatorships which we claim are our moral enemies? My fear is not many. The only way to protect our democracy and the lives and rights of our people is to continue to allow these peaceful protests, not stifle them. Again, if Lou Correa would choose life over genocide and greed, he wouldn't be in this mess. Vote no on this ordinance to be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Maha Afra, followed by Dagoberto Juarez and Johnny Mejia.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Maha Afra, mother educator. I am Omar Fernando Nas Aya, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Congo, Sudan, Mexico. Our protest is to ask Lou Correa, who represents us, to call for a ceasefire to stop the genocide, which is our constitutional right. And he is ignoring us, which is anti-Semitic. The neighbors are invited to join us, but if they are okay with their tax money paying for the murder of our families and people, then they should be okay with us crying and mourning. Lou is being paid to support our murderers. We have the right to protest when our families are massacred, starved, maimed by your money and silence. By the way, Zionist-in-chief par excellence, Jeffrey Katz, came to us and alone and asked to eat a date. That's how peaceful we are. And the Zionist who smashed our cell phones walked away perfectly. We are beautiful, powerful. We are the future. All we are doing is pleading with Jose Luis Correa to call for a ceasefire. City of Santa Ana, don't trample on our constitutional rights.
Dagoberto. Johnny Mejia, followed by Tomas Fernandez.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Mejia. I represent a soccer league, Olympic Youth Soccer League, and Jam Sports Soccer League. And just giving you guys the awards earlier remind me when my father Juan Mejia and our friend Pedro Magallon in 2019 also got an award here for encouraging, for helping the community. The reason that we're here for is because we feel being unfairly treated by the Parks and Recs. There have been changes on their rules and regulations without asking the community what is our needs. For example, in my situation and a couple of my colleagues, there's different kind of groups in order for the pricing, the nonprofit organizations, stuff like that. And I got a notification, which I got copies. I'll leave you guys so you guys can share and read them. I got 1 day notification of changes that I have to do in order to stay in that group. Another reason that we brought down to our group, now we have to pay extra amount of money, was the residency of 90% that I haven't met yet. But other cities around, their percentage is 50% max. Just like those soccer players from Mater Dei, guess where they come from? From our league. They were all participating here, you know? So, and most of them, they're not Santa Ana residents, right? But yet they can also use our fields, right? They can use the stadium. So stuff like that, it bothers our programs, right? Because they can't play with us. Another reason, the 16 years old, or the max now is to 17 years old. When they get to high school, you got 18, 19-year-olds players playing in the same program. But yet, when they come out of high school, they cannot play in my program because they're already 18 years old. So stuff like this, and I have more stuff, but my time's already up. I'll leave some emails. Here are copies.
Your time is up.
Can you show this one?
Tomas Fernandez, followed by Muhammad and Kendi Hamilton.
Good evening. My name is Tomas Fernandez. I have the privilege to be the son of Hugo Fernandez, the first founder of the very first soccer league back in 1978. I have known all these gentlemen from United Latin, Santa Ana Soccer League, Jam Sports, Elite Sports, Veterano Soccer League, Olympic Soccer League, Team 90, California Youth, Santa Ana DSP, Santa Ana United, altogether about 8,800 players. 8,800 families that voted for you. We have made several attempts to talk to you guys. Nobody seems to care, with the exception of Councilmember Jesse Lopez, who actually was on a talk to us for 30 minutes, ended up being 2 hours, seeing how big the problem it is. In the early 90s, as many of you know, the city of Santa Ana was facing a big problem with the gangs. This gentleman that I just mentioned were local heroes, pulling all these kids from the streets. And now they're being treated like garbage. Actually, when they voted for this new policies back in October 5th, 2021, Councilmember Peñalosa had the audacity to call this decent, hardworking people mafia. I hope you regret of that. We're being victims of overcharging. They change and modify the rules every time they feel like it. They increase the prices without any prior notice. I want to ask all of you, all these 8,800 people who voted for you, is this the best you can offer? This disaster that we have in the Department of Parks and Recreations, is this the best you can offer to the voters of Santa Ana? Thank you for your time.
Muhammad, followed by Kendi Hamilton and Michael Diaz. Kendi Hamilton.
Hello, my name is Kendi, and first I want to call on Congressman Lou Correa to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire now. I don't mean disrespect, I don't really want to be here. I don't know that anyone really wants to be here, but we need to be here. Gaza Strip is the most dangerous place in the entire world to be a child. And guess what? That is paid for by our tax dollars. We are all sitting here today because we aren't okay with our tax dollars being used to torture, murder, and traumatize innocent children, women, and men. Yet, the item on the agenda is whether or not we can protest in residential areas. Really? Of all the things to prioritize, trying to get rid of freedom of speech is on the docket today. I know why Lou figured out how to get this on the agenda. AIPAC is owned by a foreign entity called Israel. AIPAC has been infiltrating our US government for over 75 years now, and at this point basically owns most of the politicians, whether Republican or Democrat. Some other foreign entity has come into the US and now owns most of the politicians who make the laws. That should terrify all of us. You guys sit up there, and I believe you are good people and ran for office for good reasons and want to do good things. However, having a foreign entity give any one of you money or have any kind of play in what's going on in our democracy is not okay. Martin Luther King had to protest. People weren't okay with him going and having people go in and sit into white restaurants. They weren't allowed to be there. It was disruptive, yet that's what it took to make changes. We have to be able to protest. We have to be able to fight for what is right. I hope that you guys make the right decision here. Children are being affected. There's literally children having amputations done without anesthesia. Children are starving to death. This is ridiculous that this is even what
Your
we're
time is
talking
up.
about.
And then the next three speakers, if you could please line up in the aisle, Michael Diaz, Wasal, and Samantha.
Hello. So I'm here tonight as a constituent of Congressman Lou Correa, who for the past 5 months has refused to meet with me or my community to discuss the genocide in Gaza. As a Palestinian, my family has been directly affected by the latest Israeli aggression. I came tonight to give some context of what has been occurring over the past several months. It's not like we just woke up one day and decided to make the residents of Floral Park uncomfortable. We've tried every method to reach out to our congressman. Since October, me, along with many members of our community, have called the Congressman's Santa Ana office dozens of times to request he called for a ceasefire and to formally request a meeting with the congressman. We've also visited his Santa Ana office dozens of times to request a meeting. We've spoken with his DC office multiple times. We've even wrote letters requesting a meeting, and nothing. We then decided to hold rallies outside of his office demanding a meeting for him to call for a ceasefire and to meet with us, but he cowardly shut down his office each time. Only then did we decide to bring our message to his home, which many protesters across the country have also done to demand politicians call for a ceasefire. Their free speech was never threatened, so why is ours being threatened tonight? And as some have already said, in Orange County, elected officials are no strangers to protests outside their homes. But it seems that we have finally got the congressman's attention to the point where he is supporting this new legislation to ban us from expressing our First Amendment rights outside of his home. This is shameful. The city of Santa Ana should not be trying to silence us. Rather, you should be the ones protecting our freedom of speech. Vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Michael Diaz, Westall, Samantha.
Hello, council members. My name is Michael Diaz. First and foremost, I want to call on Lou Correa to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. The fact that this ordinance is even under consideration is deeply troubling to me. I've shared with this council over the past few months how I am new to being involved in local politics at all. And over that time, I've got to witness this council conduct themselves in outrageous ways. Most surprising to me during that time has been your behavior, Mayor Amiskua. At one of my first council meetings, I witnessed you make a statement literally admitting to withholding wrongdoing by your own department, and you were only mentioning at that time as a threat directed at Councilmember Hernandez during a council meeting. This was back in December. I even made a formal complaint at the next meeting I came to. Now here we are to speak on an ordinance that clearly aims to restrict the public's ability to use their First Amendment rights to send messages to their representatives in their community. This is beyond ridiculous. It is shameful. An added layer of this disturbance is the issue to this issue is a fact that I've noticed the pattern of implementing restrictive measures on the Palestinian community and their supporters. This is another clear example of that. Both Mayor Amiskua and Congressman Correa are actively working to silence the public and prevent meaningful discussions about the Gaza genocide. As constituents, we expect better representation and accountability from those who are supposed to serve us, especially in what is considered to be the most progressive city in Orange County. So please, council, do the right thing and say no to this ordinance. Do not silence your constituents. Hear them, talk to them, listen to them, and support them. And on top of that, these are peaceful meetings. I've been to them. There's nothing wrong happening. The fact that this is even on the table is wild to me, and it's so blatant. And I've seen other city councils do the same thing over this specific topic. And to anyone paying attention, just think about it. I ask you genuinely to think about it as human beings. And
your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speakers, Westall, followed by Samantha and Jana.
Hello, good evening. I want to thank you all for passing the ceasefire resolution in Santa Ana at the last meeting. It takes a lot to have to stand up here with your colleagues and have to deal with this, and we just really appreciate it. I want to also go ahead and make sure you all are doing your jobs and asking Lou Correa to call for a ceasefire. Obviously, you're having a challenge with that, as we are, and we've decided to take it in our own hands to go ahead and make sure our message is heard within our rights. And I've been attending all of these protests at his home. I think we've had about 8 or 9 at this point. I've been at almost all of them. We've got our kids, our dogs, our families there. They're very peaceful. A lot of the neighbors stop when they walk their dogs by us and speak with us and ask us what's going on. We've educated folks. A lot of them call us and let us know when Lou is home because they too are on our side. The only dangerous situations I've experienced during that were when Zionists came up to us who live in the neighborhood, like that crazy psycho Jeff Katz who just spoke to you earlier, and he walks into our audience and shoulder checks us and the police do nothing. The only danger we've had is with angry neighbors who are supportive of the genocide in Palestine disagreeing with us, which is what we're up against here, what we've been up against for months now, and why we continue to raise our voice. So whether you put an ordinance in place to prevent us from coming within 300 feet of his house or not, we'll stand at 301 feet with a louder megaphone within our rights to make sure that we get a stop to the genocide in Palestine. We need a ceasefire. We're going to do everything in our legal rights in order to get that, right? I was really happy after we got the ceasefire because the hundreds of people that I've employed here in Santa Ana and relocated here and the seed funding investments from our hedge funds that we invest into this area, I was proud to say is a great place to do so. And I was thinking we were getting somewhere, but now you're trying to infringe on our rights as a council? Who are you to say that we can't speak our voices? Do you see Camp Blinken? Have you seen that? They're still camped out there. It's been 2 months. That's not illegal. We are peacefully protesting with our children and dogs to ask people to stop being murdered, and we're going to continue to do it, whether we're feet distance away is from the house. It's not going to end.
Your time is up. Thank you. Samantha, followed by Jana and Tanya Navarro.
Good evening. My name is Samantha, and I'm a longtime resident of Ward 6.
Can you pull your mic down, please, so we can hear you? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Samantha, and I'm a longtime resident of Ward 6. I'm here today to urge the council not to pass this ordinance in the best interest of the community. As council members and representatives of the respective wards, it is your responsibility to listen to your constituents and advocate on our behalf. If the council was to vote in favor of this ordinance, you are all agreeing to violate our constitutional right. Please represent all of Santa Ana and not just Floral Park. Thank you for your time.
Jana, followed by Tanya Navarro and Jose Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Jana, and I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm looking at this council, and I see a really great multinational representation here. You know, everyone from all different parts of different countries. And I asked myself, how did we get to this point when America several hundred years ago or hundreds of years ago was mostly white men in power, women were not allowed to rule, people of color were not allowed to speak their voice. How did we get here? It's because people protested. The fact that any of us are even here in this room is because people used their voice and fought back. And people have always been demonized for doing that, just like what was said earlier about Martin Luther King Jr. and the sit-ins. That's always been demonized, but now we look back, we're like, that's horrible, they shouldn't have done that. So the fact that this is even on docket that is being considered when we have people from the Philippines, people from Vietnam, people from Latin America, all countries with history of fighting back against oppression, fighting back against colonization. The hypocrisy is incredible that this is even being considered. Even Lou Correa, someone who's from Mexico, an immigrant family from Mexico, the fact that he's even deciding to fight back against our free speech is blatant hypocrisy. And I just want to say there's a very simple solution to this problem that Lou Correa seems to be having that would not take up any more council's time, that would not bother the neighbors. Call for a ceasefire. Very simple. Thank you.
Tanya Navarro, followed by Jose Lopez and Juliana M.
Hi, City Council. My name is Tanya Navarro, and I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Ana and a community organizer with Chispa. I'm here to oppose item number 24. First, I want to call on Congressman Lou Correa to call for an immediate cease and permanent ceasefire now. None of us should be comfortable with genocide. It's deeply ironic to claim that this emergency ordinance that caters only to Lou's comfort is being proposed in the name of public safety. This ordinance effectively suppresses and targets the voices of those advocating for peace, justice, and a ceasefire in Gaza. In Lou's letter to the council, he states that the home is a place that should be protected and asks that the city council take into account the comfort of his family. Yet he is hypocritically voting to continue to fund a genocide where entire families are being killed in their homes, streets, shelters, and while attempting to secure desperately needed aid. The definition of protest is to disrupt and to challenge the status quo and to demand change. The protesters outside of Lou's house are not harming anyone, yet Lou is influencing decisions that do cause harm, and this is one of them. Politicians like you, Mayor Amezcua, and the rest of the council and Lou Correa do not have the right to silence dissent simply because it is an inconvenience to you or because you disagree with it. Santa Ana is a great city because of organizing and protesting. This tradition is often led by youth and has spearheaded several community center positive programming that had made headlines for leading the county, such as rent control and the sanctuary ordinance. Although you may try to limit our ability to protest outside of residential areas and criminalize us, you wouldn't be the first nor the last, and just know we'll never stop resisting.
Jose Lopez, followed by Juliana M. and Monique Rangel Agubuozia. My apologies.
Me gustaría hablar español porque quiero que me entienda. No sé si hay una persona que pueda traducir.
Señor, ¿se puede hablar en español y después nosotros va a ser en inglés? Gracias.
Sí. ¿Puedo hablar español?
Sí, por favor, gracias.
Okay. Buenas noches, gracias por darme la oportunidad de expresar mi problema que tengo aquí. Es muy sencillo. Después de escuchar todo lo que escucho, mi problema es muy sencillo. Creo yo que hay una discrepancia en el área donde yo vivo pagué un permiso en la ciudad y no había ningún problema con el permiso que le puse en mi carro para estacionarte de 2 de la mañana a 6 de la mañana. Entonces no hay ningún problema, pero hoy me han dado 2 tickets porque estoy estacionado en un distrito diferente y es muy raro, no entiendo la terminología. Cuando yo compré este ticket, este permiso en la ciudad, no me explicaron dónde me puedo estacionar o a qué horas ni nada de eso. Y tengo pues como 2 meses estacionándome ahí, no hay ningún problema, y hoy pues me dieron 2 problemas. Es dinero, no son balas ni guerra ni nada, ¿eh? Pero quisiera saber yo si podemos solucionar este problema, o por lo menos que examinen la discrepancia que yo tengo, ¿verdad? Porque enfrente de mi casa necesito permiso. A mi vecino de enfrente no necesita permiso. Enfrente hay unos apartamentos y hay una iglesia que ellos usan todo el lugar y no tengo dónde estacionarme, por eso compré el permiso para estacionarme en donde haya ese asunto, y me gustaría si se puede arreglar algo.
Sí, señor, gracias. Before you translate, please, Stephen, if we can get city staff to speak to him. Hay una persona que van a hablar contigo, sí, por favor. Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
Commander, thank you very much, Commander.
Thank you for the opportunity to express my issue. My issue is pretty simple, actually, pretty easy. After hearing everything that is going on here, my issue is really easy to solve. There's a discrepancy in the area where I live. I paid for a permit, a parking permit, and I didn't have any issues. But now to park, and now they're saying that I cannot park from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. So I never had any issues. But today I have 2 issues. I have two tickets because they told me that I parked in a different district. I do not understand what this means, but the permit, when I got my permit and I bought my permit, nobody explained to me where I could park or when I could park or not park. So my issues are very simple. So I got these 2 tickets. My issue has nothing to do with money. I mean, my issue is only money. I got these 2 tickets, has nothing to do with bullets or war or anything. So my issue is simple. So if we can please look into this, so we can have this resolved. The person in my house, I cannot park in front of my house without a permit. My neighbor doesn't need a permit. There's a church nearby, and I can't park there, so I had to buy this permit. So if you can please do something about this.
Next 3 speakers, Juliana, Monique, and Diplomatic Democrat.
Good evening. My name is Juliana. I'm from Ward 4. I'm here to speak on Ordinance number 24, and also to call on Lou Correa to not only pass a ceasefire, support a ceasefire, but stop arming a genocidal state, stop signing on to bills that send weapons to commit genocide against civilians, because he does continue to do that and speak in support of the genocide. I know that Lou Correa and other politicians want us to protest in a way that's convenient for them, but what we've learned from the last several months of protesting and calling our representatives and being, respectful is no one's listening. They don't want to listen to us. They're not listening. And this genocide keeps happening and people keep dying. And suddenly we show up at their house and they are paying attention. And unfortunately, that's what it takes. Not allowing us to do this is basically telling us, hey, go back to a place where we can continue to ignore you because you're inconveniencing us. Because your care for human beings is causing us to get up a little too early. We're not gonna stop. If this passes, we'll figure out another way to be an inconvenience, because that's what works. We don't live in a democracy. Unfortunately, Congress doesn't represent us. 65% of the population wants a ceasefire, and yet a very small minority of Congress is calling for one. So we understand
that these are not our representatives. They're only going to respond to protest and civil disobedience, and that if that's what it takes, that's what we're going to do.
Monique, followed by Diplomatic Democrat and Jenny Hazen.
My name is Monique. I'm a graduate of Mater Dei High School here in Santa Ana and a graduate of Columbia University, and I'm a proud organizer with the Party of Socialism and Liberation. All that to say, no one here is ever going to pull a fast one over on me. First, even though I know he won't do it, I demand Lou Correa call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. A democracy where our so-called representatives are colluding on how to best not represent our interests is no democracy at all. This ordinance and Correa's inflammatory letter to the mayor follow a long historical tradition of smearing peaceful protest movements and painting Americans well within their so-called rights as a violent mob. The mayor underestimates the organizational memory within this long history of protest, and we will not be gaslit into believing lies about what we stand for. Protest has never been peaceful. Nonviolence does not equate to peace. It's historically said that plantation life was very peaceful, even for enslaved peoples. Does this make plantation life and slavery just? As Kwame Ture, formerly known as Stokely Carmichael, famously said, you can have injustice and peace. You can have peace and be enslaved. So peace isn't the answer. Liberation is the answer. Lou Correa underestimates the steadfastness of Palestinian people and all nationally oppressed people who have stood with Palestine in solidarity since the first colonizers set foot on their land. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance, as Assata Shakur said. And you can try to tire us out with your little schemes, but understand that you can never tire out a people for whom death is not the end.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Diplomatic Democrat. I work in Ward 1. I'm here, again, probably the 20th time. Today, though, I'm here for a different reason. Somehow, my First Amendment rights are being attacked. But that's not the only thing that's been attacked in the last 6 months. I've tried every single possible thing to stop this genocide. And the reason that I feel like it's my responsibility to stop this genocide is because my tax dollars are funding it. I wear the guilt of what my tax dollars are doing. And if you don't wear that same guilt, that's not my problem. What your problem is representing us, and what Congressman Jose Luis Correa's problem is representing us, not representing AIPAC's $16,000 contributions. We've tried everything in the book. We've gone to his office. We've organized rallies outside of his office. We've organized protests across the street without even knowing he lived there. We have gone to his events where he has lied and said he doesn't even know what AIPAC is. When he has video record, when we have recordings of him years ago talking about how important AIPAC is for maintaining peace in the Middle East. Well, let me tell you something. When you're accepting money from a colonizer and calling that peace, and then forcing your constituents who elected you into office to not speak up about that oppression, that is not peace. That is not peace. Occupation is not peace, and taking away First Amendment rights are not peace. I think we all can see that this democracy does not work without the people. So if you guys can't respect the people and what the people have to say, then you guys will disappear. That's not my decision. It's literally it's what you guys have brought upon us. It's we the people, not you the people, we the people. Thank you.
Jenny Hazen, followed by Jaime Saleta and Jennifer Martinez.
Hello, my name is Jenny Hazen and I live in Floral Park. Part of what I love about our country is our protected right to speak our truth, beliefs, and mind. The freedom of speech, our First Amendment right, is critical to our democracy. However, what I additionally desire is to protect our right to the sanctity of home, to preserve and protect the well-being and tranquility of my home and neighborhood is a liberty I do not take lightly. Sadly, the peace of our neighborhood has been taken from us as it has become an unwanted receptacle of noise shrapnel that we cannot escape from for hours at a time, multiple times a week. The sirens, drums, and noisemakers have no business within the bounds of neighborhood residents. I am here tonight to urge our city council to establish distance requirements for targeted residential protesting. Thank you.
Jaime Saleta, followed by Jennifer Martinez and Hassan.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Jaime Saleta. Soy un vecino del vecindario Flower Park. Y básicamente estoy acá solo para compartir mi opinión. Hago el statement en español porque durante las manifestaciones vi banderas de Ecuador y México. Entonces, ¿sabes? Me quiero comunicar con la gente de mi continente, de Latinoamérica. Y apoyo su solidaridad, apoyo muchas de las cosas que se han mencionado durante toda esta reunión. Pero lo único que sí no estoy a favor es exactamente de hacer manifestaciones en la casa de alguien. O sea, ninguno de los miembros de este lugar estarían de acuerdo con eso y ninguno de los miembros de la audiencia estarían de acuerdo con eso. Nadie quiere que le vayan a hacer una manifestación a cualquier hora a su casa. Entonces, por esa razón, estoy acá comunicando y expresando ese es mi derecho. Nuevamente, todo el mundo tiene derecho a protestar, todo el mundo tiene derecho a manifestar y se pase o no se pase esta medida, sigan manifestando, sigan protestando, están en todo su derecho. Lo que sí me parece es que tiene que haber un lugar donde haya paz para una persona después de su trabajo, después de todo un día de estar trabajando. Por lo que me parece muy mal que no estén siendo escuchados. Eso no es aceptable. O sea, precisamente estamos para que en un país donde podemos protestar y donde somos libres. O sea, hay muchos de los países de Latinoamérica donde nada de eso se puede hacer y no terminaría bien. Pero nuevamente, tiene que haber un límite, tiene que haber un lugar donde no hayan protestas y haya paz para la persona para poder descansar. Gracias.
Good evening, my name is Jaime Saleta. I'm a neighbor of Floral Park, and I'm here to share my opinion. And I'm going to say this in Spanish because during the protest I saw flags being flown from Ecuador and from Mexico, and I'd like to talk to the people from my continent. So I do support, I'm in solidarity with what you have been saying in this meeting. What I do not agree is the manifestation at someone's home. There are some members here that would not like to have this at their house. Some members in the audience would not like to have this at your house. This is not appropriate at someone's home, and everybody has the right to express themselves. They have the right to protest. They have a right to manifest what they don't like, and whether this passes or not, do continue to protest if you like, but we need to have a peaceful place where someone can come after a hard day's work to rest in their own home. And I believe it's bad that you have not been heard, but in this, we are free. In the United States, we are free. In many Latin American countries, this would not be permitted, and this would not end the same. But there are limits, and I'm calling for a peaceful place so that we can rest.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Martinez. As someone who resides in Congressional District 46, specifically Anaheim, I was very disturbed to hear of this emergency ordinance being proposed by a neighboring city. Lou Correa calls Santa Ana home. So had our House of Representatives been responsive to concerns via snail mail or emails or phone calls or social media or office visits respecting a genocide at any point in the past 6 months, we would not feel the need to come in person. Politicians are not above interactions with the public. And it says so much about the state of the United States of America to have this even be proposed. If you pass this ordinance, the oath that young man took earlier is one that y'all will be breaking if you vote yes. And also, Lou Correa, all I have left to say is that a fully liberated Palestine is coming. How much guilt will you have when it does?
Next three speakers are Hassan, Perla Dionisio, and Fernando Deveras.
Hello, my name is Hassan. I am a resident of Ward 1. So, what pushes residents to confront Representative Lou Correa at his home? I'll tell you. It's his blatant disregard for his own constituents' demands and his continuous support for the genocide and oppression of the Palestinian people. When community members tried reaching out to him at his office, there was little to no response. In addition, Lou Correa has actively avoided public events because of his support for Israel's killing of the Palestinian people. Lou refuses to do his job and instead wants to act like a representative of the people. For context, Lou Correa's district is home to Little Arabia, America's first official Arab ethnic enclave. And it is Little Arabia who ultimately gave Lou Correa his current position. And it is those same people in Little Arabia who have their loved ones experiencing the unbridled violence within Gaza and the West Bank. However, instead of truly representing his voters, Lou Correa has decided to take dirty money from Israeli lobbyists who want the United States to continue financially and politically supporting the atrocities Israel is committing against millions of innocent men, women, and children. Giving his own constituents no other choice but to have their voices heard at his home. Jeffrey Kratz, the Floral Park Neighborhood Association's president, letter to the City Council cites Supreme Court case Carey versus Brown, which describes the sanctity of an individual's home. But what about the homes of those in Gaza, where their entire bloodlines and street blocks are wiped in a matter of seconds by Israeli forces? Do those people and their homes do not deserve peace and happiness? And is it really unconstitutional for community members to take a stand against an ongoing genocide by letting their voices be heard to the individuals that can make an impact in our government? No, it is not unconstitutional. I'll tell you what's unconstitutional. Community members like Jeffrey Katz, who harass and threaten community members, advocating against the genocide of Gaza being perpetrated with our tax money and our government support. It's unconstitutional for our elected officials to ignore the demands of their constituents and continue support for the violent settler colonial state like Israel. Infringing on people's rights of speech is unconstitutional. Israel bombs, USA pays.
Next speakers. Next three speakers, Perla Dionisio, Fernando Deveras, Hope Palestine.
Hi, good evening. My name is Perla Dionisio. Thank you for everyone that has spoken. Honestly, I'm a Santanera. My heart just melts every time I see this room filled with the scarves and the flags. So thank you so much for your resistance. Again, my name is Perla Dionisio. I am a Ward 2 longtime resident, and I grew up in Santana. I'm actually class of 99. I'm at Santa Ana High School. Go Saints. And the reason I am here today is because when it comes to national liberation, there's a quote that I love, and it's, "Cuando la tiranía es ley, la revolución es orden." Pedro Albizu Campos, who was a Puerto Rican attorney born in 1893 and who grew up to be a politician and led as the president of the National Party of Puerto Rico for the liberation from 1930 until his death in 1965. And so when we think about tyranny, we can talk about Palestine, we can talk about Puerto Rico, we can talk about Philippines, we can talk about Vietnam, and all the atrocities that have been carried by people in your positions throughout history. And I am here to tell you that what you are trying to do is protect someone that you legitimately care about because he's your homeboy, he's your homie, right? And that's what we do. But what happens with sexual assault victims, Mr. Vasquez? What happens? You celebrated 30 years of Centr Cultural Mexico as a board member. How many victims have they been? How many victims have I personally brought to your attention and the organizations? So let's talk about keeping everyone safe, especially the women and the children, not just in Palestine, but in our hood.
Fernando Deveras, followed by Hope Palestine and Nas S.
Good evening, Council. I wanted to speak on something really quickly that one of the commenters, Jeffrey Katz, president of the Floral Park Neighborhood Association, said in his comments, where he tried to equate a police officer, a civil servant, blasting Disney music late into the night in order to try to get a copyright strike on a citizen auditor who was holding that officer accountable, trying to equate that to our Palestinian brothers and sisters and their allies who are protesting a congressional representative who has received money from an Israel lobby and is defending a genocide. Jeffrey Katz is an attorney. I really hope he takes some time to really think that one through one more time. I really hope that we wouldn't have to be back here. The council majority did the right thing the last time when they passed the ceasefire resolution. All the people here who are speaking today, we're thrilled to see that. We really hope we wouldn't have to be back here. But now, we've been brought back because of our congressional representative, Jose Luis Correa's inability to speak out against the genocide. And I'm gonna pause just reading this here. We're all here in our suits and we have the dais and the flags here. Sometimes it's hard to remember that you guys are human beings. You know, before your political ambitions, before your elected office, you're human beings. And I know that if I was to sit you down and just drop all this performance that we have up here, and I was to ask you, how do you feel about what's happening here? You would know where to stand. You would know where the right place to stand is. Now, I know that some of the members on the council here, however, Mayor Mesco, you made it clear that it's not your job to speak out on these issues. And Councilmember Becerra, you dismissed it as playing Model UN, and then blew kisses at people who were upset that the resolution failed. And Councilmember Peñalosa, you've all but hidden away whenever conversations around this item have come about. It's not gonna go away. It's gonna keep coming at your doorstep. And know that if this ordinance does pass, like people have said before, the protests will not go away, because we can't just sit idly by as this goes on. So just know that. If you really want this disruption to stop, please
time is up.
do the right thing.
Hope, followed by Naz, followed by Lida, or Lida.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I chose to call myself Hope because my name is Amal, and it means Esperanza, hope. I'm hoping you'll listen to me, Mayor. Again, I'm deeply concerned by the city's treatment of pro-Palestinian activists. In particular, tonight's resolution to adopt an urgency ordinance establishing distance requirements for targeted residential picketing. We have the First Amendment right, and that is given to us in the Constitution, ma'am. I want to share my experience with Congressman Liu. I walked into his office. I didn't have an appointment. I'd met him and I talked to him in his office. He was gracious to talk to me for 5 seconds. He dismissed my call for a ceasefire by absurdly suggesting I call Hamas and ask them to release the hostages, as if I could call 1-800 number, Hamas, please answer me. Congressman Liu wants to ignore history and facts. Gaza is the most well-documented genocide in history. Multiple videos are uploaded by the Israeli military showing the brutality against women and children. 13,000 children have been murdered since October 7. 10,000 civilians have been kidnapped by the Israeli military, not in Gaza, in West Bank. I tried to explain to my congressman that settlers are murdering civilians in the West Bank. I told him if they want to carry out a war crimes, they shouldn't do it with my money. Hardworking taxpayers deserve free health care, paid maternity, free colleges. American taxpayers deserve to know that Israeli citizens are getting all the above mentioned services for free. When I asked him, don't American citizens deserve the same privilege?
Your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Naz S, followed by Lida, followed by Kit Thalo.
Good evening, Council. First and foremost, as constituents of the district, let it be known that if Luis Correa would call for a ceasefire, we would stop showing up at the sidewalk of his home demanding for a call of justice. Lou Correa is worried about our protest evolving into something violent when for the last 160 plus days, we have never incited violence, yet we have watched our people experience the most extreme forms of violence in Gaza and the West Bank. We ourselves have experienced the hate and violence by his Zionist neighbors, so this is a tactic of projection. The sheer irony, ignorance, and lack of awareness speaks volumes. The ordinance in item 24 infringes on the very right of our First Amendment to free speech. As elected officials, you are placed in these positions to hear your constituents and their concerns. Throughout this genocide, we have been pushed aside and ignored. When we say no justice, no peace, we mean no justice, no peace. Like that, she walked out. We refuse to be silenced. I have watched the oppression of my people for the last 75 years, and here we are in 2024, and you are still trying to silence and oppress us. The inconvenience these protests have caused are nothing in comparison to the inconvenience we, your constituents, have experienced watching this genocide. The anxiety, depression, and loss of sheer normalcy. Mayor Amezcua, she doesn't want to hear it. Your commentary at the last meeting when the ceasefire was passed was sheer ignorance. You shamed us for celebrating a win when we have been fighting for the ultimate win, which is a ceasefire over in Gaza. How dare we celebrate a victory, even on a small scale, when we've been watching our people get slaughtered, and personally, myself, 15 of my own family. Have you lost touch with humanity? I'm not ashamed for celebrating. I am ashamed that you're the mayor of Santa Ana and as a woman of color, and you should be ashamed of yourself. If this ordinance passes, it will only have a path for other cities to pass such a ludicrous ordinance and without any merit, leading to further impingement on our rights. Exercising our First Amendment right is a very American thing to do, so why does that not apply when it has to do with Palestine? You all took an oath to morality, so anyone portraying these protests as anything other than peaceful is merely inciting fear on a false premises, and to that I
Your
say
time is
shame.
up.
Do what is right and vote no on item 24.
Next three speakers, Lida, Kit Thalo, and Janan.
Good morning, or good evening. This morning I woke up to two people from our community showing videos of their uncles in Palestine that were taken into a room by the IDF terrorists and executed, people from our community. I want to let you all know if the tables were turned and people or your kids were being silenced, we would be standing with you. We would be loud and we would be fighting for your voice. Every week I'm with this community, we hear of how more and more of their family members are murdered, and then we show up to these meetings and we hear the most disrespectful Islamophobic remarks. People in Palestine are being silenced, and now we are being silenced from speaking up for them. I'm new to city council meetings, but I had no idea it was so corrupt. The blatant disrespect is actually chilling. You can even hear it in my voice. It's scary to be amongst people that are not human. You guys are actually kind of scary. I was surprised when I saw this was on the agenda, but I see how everyone tries to paint this community behind me as angry terrorists. All this tells me is that you've never really met a Palestinian, because if you ever did, you would never forget their gentleness and the highest form of compassion that they show even in the midst of genocide. Before each protest, we are told to keep it peaceful. This community is peaceful. They pray at the protests. Children and puppies are in attendance. Not one piece of trash is left. We all go around with flashlights. The lawn is avoided. We have security to make sure that the sidewalks keep a path for bicyclists and no one's in the streets. I have not once heard of someone suggesting violence. We're even told not to curse. Please don't disrespect this community even more. Thank you.
Kit, followed by Janan and Mona Palestine.
Hello, council members. I'm here today as a concerned and frankly appalled community member and community organizer regarding the proposed ordinance that is currently under consideration. This ordinance is a direct threat to our freedom of speech and is a clear attempt to silence us and the work this community has carried out in efforts for the congressman to call for a ceasefire. Despite this agenda and the council's attempts to suppress its constituents, it will not weaken the organizing efforts within this community. It will not silence Palestinians and their allies in our demands and in our calls for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. As elected officials, it is your duty to represent the people. Agenda 24 is shameful in its direct attack on Palestinian organizing. I urge the City Council to consider the implications of this ordinance and the ways in which this goes against the basic principles of democracy. Thank you.
Janan, followed by Mona, followed by Solera.
Hello, Council. My name is Janan. I'm a local community organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement. For the past 6 months, alongside our strong, resilient, and committed community of Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, allies, and all people of consciousness, we have taken to the streets. We have sat and spoken in the council chambers. We have been denied entry into the offices of our local elected officials. We have stopped traffic, shut down intersections, and we have done all of this while watching an active genocide, the murder of our people. We've done this while watching the murder of our people at the hands of our government, our tax dollars, and our local officials. The people of Gaza are not voiceless. They are silenced. And despite this, they have taught us what true resilience and commitment to liberation and justice looks like. They have taught us what it looks like. They have taught us what it looks like while they live under brutal siege for over 16 years, while they are bombarded by air, land, and sea, and face mass starvation, all at the hands of Israel and the US. The city of Santa Ana is no stranger to people's movements and protests, as it has weaved the social and political fabric of this city. But this is obviously lost on the mayor, who's not even here, considering since her tenure in city council, there has been clear patterns by members of this council to silence views they don't like, including limiting public comments, pushing agenda items later into the night, and dismissing the results of the city's own budget surveys only because residents' responses did not align with their worldview. This ordinance comes at the tail of ongoing protests which have taken place in front of Congressman Lou Correa's house against his continued silence on the genocide in Gaza and his acceptance of money from weapons manufacturers and Israel lobbying groups like AIPAC. This shows the power of the people, and this shows Lou Correa's complicity and weakness and his fear of the people's voices. And if we don't get justice, he will not get peace. And we will continue to disrupt the peace of war criminals every single day until our demands are met, until they are free from occupation.
Your time is up.
The siege on Gaza, our prisoners are free.
Your time is up.
Aid to Israel. We will continue.
The next three speakers are Mona, Solera, and Armagon Raymond.
Good evening. I wish the mayor was here. So first order of business, I really want to thank Congressman Correa for giving us this platform to again ask him to support a ceasefire, an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Maybe he'll hear us. I think that at least someone from his staff is probably paying attention since he sent this horrible letter. Second, the comment about Councilman Hernandez. My experience with you, Mr. Councilman, is that you have always been very consistent. And when things are taken out of context and seeing what you were doing as supporting people's First Amendment rights, and now are being spinned around and misconstrued, we're used to that, unfortunately. I really would like to ask the mayor to sort of keep it down a notch on my community. She needs to tone it down. I wish she was here so I can tell her directly. Stop dehumanizing my community, Emesqua. I'm done with that. If we clap, you're barking at us. I'm sorry, but this is how you're sounding. That's it. And now you want to curb my First Right amendments. My First Amendment rights. Fine. Pass this ordinance, and Mr. Correa is going to call you again and ask you to also curb more rights, because if we can't protest in front of his house, I promise you, we're going to be marching day and night throughout the whole neighborhood. The whole neighborhood. Right now, we're just at his house. If he really cared about his neighbors, he would have done the right thing instead of trying to curb our rights. Thank you. And by the way,
your time is up.
Right now to his house. If you want to join us, maybe
the next three speakers are Salerna, followed by Armagon Raymond and Ali H.
I'm here to ask this council to oppose the ordinance that will restrict our right to protest in residential areas. 2 weeks ago, we witnessed this council finally pass a ceasefire resolution, but now here we are with an ordinance to ban protesting outside of people's homes. Protests that have included even some of the congressman's neighbors who are begging him to call for a ceasefire. We have asked time and time again for him to come to speak to us, and instead of facing us, I guess Lou would rather just report us and try to get our First Amendment rights stripped. This seems to be a reoccurring theme among government officials in DC, as well as the Santa Ana City Council. Council member Becerra told the Voice of OC that he chose to leave last meeting because, and I quote, "The item was another attempt by the four proponents on the council to distract people from their failure to make Santa Ana safer and cleaner." To that, I ask all of you, is it distracting for you to listen to your community members' concerns? Or is it just an inconvenience for you to listen to your community members talk about this matter because you're profiting off of the killing of innocent people? Do y'all think we want to be protesting outside of Lou Correa's house? We have been left with no choice but to come to the house the houses of government officials because y'all refuse to acknowledge your constituents' demands every other way we've tried. Nearly 6 months and 40,000 innocent people have been killed with weapons used by the IOF that our tax dollars fund. All we want is for Lou Correa to call for a ceasefire. So if one of y'all can just tell him that, all of this would stop. To restrict our right to protest is to strip us from our constitutional rights. By approving this ordinance, you will be saying that our voices do not matter. If it is the context of our words that make you uncomfortable, then maybe you should confront us head on rather than trying to silence us as a whole. As government officials in a so-called democracy, you should be amplifying our voices, not suppressing them. Please vote no on this item. Thank you.
Armagon, followed by Ali H., followed by Ann K.
Respective Council Member Hernandez and respective Council Member Vasquez, last meeting, that was the first time I was in this council, and I had no hope, but when I saw you guys, the way you guys passed the ceasefire motion, I have a lot of respect and hope in this council. Second is, I don't understand who in their right mind would come up with an audience to protect an APAC chump who is hiding in his house, and we are only asking him respectfully to come and talk to us. The protests we have over there outside his house are very peaceful. We have officers there, they're friendly officers, they have been talking to us. I don't know why someone would come up with something like this. Even the officers see every time that our protests are very peaceful. We are loud, that's what the protest is about. But if they try to stop us from like 300 feet, there is a mall over there. That mall will be closed. There is a highway. We have the right to go and then protest over there. So rather than going and disrupting all over the place, it's better the congressman comes out, he talks to us. I think in the beginning he liked our protest because there was idiocy on his end that he came up with some oranges. He left that outside. So I don't know how he comes up with those ideas, but if he talks to us as a sensible man, I don't get it how we have such people in Congress. So our protests are very peaceful. We have been very peaceful. We have been loud. And that's the right form of protest. Unfortunately, if people are not allowed to protest in a peaceful manner, then it's a gentleman who is on my shirt. He had the highest form of protest, and I'm sure you guys don't want people to go to that level. So, and a lot of respect for this man. So yeah, I would really appreciate if you guys just strike this down. And it's our right to protest and to stand with our people in Palestine. Thank you.
Ali H., followed by Ann K. and Allison DeMarc.
Good evening, City Council members. I stand in front of you today to implore you to reject Agenda Item 24. This item cites concerns of public safety, but it's nothing of that sort. If enacted, what this ordinance will actually do is restrict the most basic of civil liberties the people behind me have already spoken about. And I would like to clarify that the point of any protest is to be disruptive. Otherwise, what is the point? However, that does not mean that these protests are violent. There has been no evidence of that. The protests outside of Representative Correa's home have been intensely focused on the violence that is ravaging Gaza. If Representative Correa wishes for these protests to stop, the solution is simple. Call for a ceasefire. Polling shows that his constituents already are in favor of a ceasefire. You, City Council members, voted on a ceasefire resolution which passed. Let me state again. If this passes, it will not only stifle the speech of certain constituents of whose opinion you may not agree with, but of all of your constituents, even those whose opinions do not align with ours. Effectively, if you vote in favor of this ordinance, you will be complicit with not just silencing these protesters, but all of your constituents wishing to express their First Amendment right. Viva Palestina. Thank you.
Ann K. Allison DeMarc. Next speaker will be Rock DeMarc.
Hello, my name is Allison DeMarc. I live in Floral Park. I'm not against the right to protest. I strongly believe in the right to disruptive protest. I belong to several organized groups who've done the same. But my problem lies with the location. We as civil servants should be afforded the opportunity to have sanctuary in our own homes. This ordinance is aimed at ensuring peaceful personal residence. It's not aimed at the cause in which the majority of individuals speaking tonight think it is. Although the timing seems abrupt, I understand. However, what would be the cause? If we do have a ceasefire ordinance after this, then it's going to be the idea that, oh, we can go in front of Lou's house anytime, any group, any situation. The ordinance is aimed at keeping Santa Ana neighborhoods peaceful, and my concern lies in the next organization, including those of which I actively involve in, coming to the private homes of individuals and being disruptive, and waking up children and not having a safe and sanctual place where we can reside. Thank you.
Rock DeMarc, followed by Richard Silva and Dov Lazarus. Rock. Richard Silva. Dov Lazarus. Beth Thomas. Jim Pantone. Nina Jurek. David Jurek.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for allowing us to speak. I'm here my name is Nina Jurek. I'm here as a resident, co-president of Washington Square Neighborhood Association, Ward 5. I'm here to speak to item number 26, Exhibit 1, about the vacant property in Washington Square for a feasibility study. Reason we're back is that we're still passionate about a walkable park in our neighborhood. We've heard the best first step is for a feasibility study, yet it was recommended not moving forward for a variety of different reasons. A part of which, one of them, the location was not identified within the city master park plan. Well, guess what? It is. Gap 15, I believe it is. And it was within the general perimeter. It should have been included. So that was not taken into consideration. One of the other reasons is the development of a park at 10th and Flower is underway. That's a completely different animal. That is truly an active park. It's nothing like what we want, and David Jurek will be speaking to that. Bottom line is, this rare vacant land offers a crucial chance to create community spaces in a dense urban landscape, a green, poor area of Santa Ana. We're in an environmental justice area, a green space deficient Santa Ana. Considering the strong community interest, immediate land availability, strategic location, grant opportunities, community aspirations, it would definitely improve the neighborhood livability, leave a positive legacy. We want seniors, children, and the rest of the community.
Your time is
up. Thank you.
David Jurek, followed by Nadia M. and Rashad.
Good evening. My name is David Jurek. I am a 38-year resident of Washington Square, retired Santa Ana business owner, and been active in the Washington Square Neighborhood Association for years and years and years. And I'm here tonight to urge you to consider moving forward with a walkable park in our neighborhood. And there's land available. It's vacant. It's almost a one-time opportunity it's a last vacant land in Washington Square. And it's perfect for a park. In fact, the Parks and Recreation Commission visited last fall and they said, yeah, it's a good place for a park. And they're interested in helping us support it. We're not asking for a mega dollar active playground like what's being proposed for the 10th and Flower Park. We're asking for a fairly small neighborhood walkable park that will be good for people walking dogs to go up to and take a couple laps around. Be great for a family. We have a lot of young families in Washington Square. Be great for them to grab a wagon, fill it full of goodies, and go up there for a Sunday afternoon picnic. it won't cost the city a tremendous amount of upkeep because it'll just be a well-landscaped area without a lot of hoopla, and it'll be kind of a Zen garden, if you will. That's kind of what we're asking for. Let's see. Several months ago, the acting city manager, Stephen Mendoza, talked to us about the next step, and he said it would be a feasibility study, and that's kind of what item 26, Exhibit 1 is all about. We urge the city to move ahead with a feasibility study, and there may be Measure X funds available for that. So thank you for the time, and please consider a park for our great neighborhood. Thank you.
Nadia M. Rashad. Followed by Ahmad Hassan and Mark Rothenberg.
Good evening. My name is Rashad Aldabar. I'm the executive director of the Arab American Civic Council. I wasn't really planning on coming here today. I don't really enjoy trying to convince council members or mayors that we're human. But then I read Congressman Lou Correa's letter, and that's why I came. In his letter, he described the demonstrations by his home as noisy. That wealthy part of Santa Ana was inconvenienced by a little noise. The congressman wants you to ban protests because it inconvenienced him with noise, while he's supporting the bombing and intentional starvation of our families in Gaza, the city where my father was born. I met with Lou Correa at his office back in November, and as a constituent, I asked him to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Instead, he called for a temporary pause, a pause. And since that pause, more than 25,000 people have already been slaughtered. The congressman approved this slaughter. He has failed to call for a permanent ceasefire and supported financing this genocide. If Lou is feeling angry because people were noisy outside of his home, how are we supposed to feel? How are families living under constant bombardment are supposed to feel? He referred to this genocide as an issue that is up for a policy debate. A genocide is not a topic of debate. You simply stand against genocide. And if you're complicit, we will protest. This ordinance is a response to a protest against genocide, is undemocratic, and it's a bad approach.
Your time is up.
Stop the silly ordinance. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ahmad. Mark Rothenberg, followed by Carlos Perea and Mohamed Abdel Fattah.
I hope the mayor comes back because I'm the president of her fan club. I think the mayor showed great intestinal fortitude, as did several other members of this council, with regard to the deliberations on the resolution. And at the end of the last hearing, the mayor said to the protesters, "You got what you wanted, now go home peacefully." And instead of going home peacefully, they've brought their protest to our homes. I live in Floral Park, Councilwoman Lopez, I live in your ward. The lion's share of the people that spoke to you tonight did not give you their address. They did not tell you they live in the city, because instead of peacefully going back to their homes in Los Angeles and Long Beach and Irvine, they've come to our homes. And it may surprise you to know they're not directing their protests at Congressman Correa, because he's not home. For the lion's share of those protests, he's never there. He's in Washington. His office is 600 feet away on the other side of Broadway. As a practical matter, that's what this ordinance drives these protesters to. They can protest on Broadway. They can protest in front of his office. They can wave their flags. They can give us the stink eye. They can call Jews like me baby killers if they want to. But they do it outside of the neighborhood in a manner that does not invade the sanctity of our homes. I have to say to my colleague, the city attorney, as a former city attorney and as a professor of municipal law, Sonia, you did an outstanding job in drafting this ordinance and in the analysis that accompanied it. The United States Supreme Court has upheld a virtually identical ordinance. It protects the sanctity of the home. This is a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. That's it. We're talking 500 to 600 feet to get them on the other side of Broadway in front of his office. And finally, he's not ignoring you. He doesn't agree with you. If you don't like that, vote against him at the next election. That's your remedy if he's not paying attention to you, not destroying our neighborhood. Thank you.
Carlos Perea, followed by Mohammed and Beatrice N.
But I swear I had 3 minutes, not 2 minutes. Okay. Good evening, Santa Ana Mayor and City Council. My name is Carlos Perea. I am a resident of the city of Santa Ana, Ward 1, so please put that on the record. And the Executive Director of the Harbor Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice. Our organization, along with other organizations, has sent a letter in opposition of Agenda Item 24 and the attempt to restrict people's First Amendment rights. Mayor and City Council, the city should not be in the business of suppressing public speech and protest, which, by the way, have been all non-violent. So I do not understand why people are talking about destroying neighborhoods when every single protest, which I also have attended, have been very non-violent. I'm also concerned with the escalation by the mayor and some of the council to shield yourselves from the public and the free press. This escalation started months ago when residents were advocating in these chambers for the right to vote, and the city started to restrict where media could record. I also remember Councilmember Phil Becerra was panicking for having a camera here recording the city council meeting, so there is that. Now, the city is attempting to silence pro-Palestine and anti-genocide protests. My question is, who in this council asked the city staff and the city attorney to put this emergency ordinance forward? Which one of you did it? Who in here is doing Congressmember Luke Correa's bidding? Is the council in the business of doing political favors for their allies by restricting the First Amendment rights of its residents? Lastly, the mayor's not here, but I wanted to put on the record as well that this council has not been as divided as it has been in the last year since she has been in charge. Very disappointing and very embarrassing for the city. Thank you.
Mohammed Abdel Fattah, Beatrice N. Monica Tenorio,
Good evening, Council. My name is Monica Tenorio. I live in Ward 6. First, I urge Luke Correa to call for a ceasefire. Secondly, I'm urging you, Council members, to vote against Agenda Item 24. Do you think it is okay for certain residents and elected local residents such as Luis Correa to try and deny us the opportunity to express our First Amendment? It seems as if the people we put in power are constantly trying to silence us. We are simply asking for our local congressman to listen to the people that put him in power. We are not blocking streets, threatening anyone, or causing harm. If you support this ordinance, you are purposely silencing American citizens. And to the residents of Floral Park, be thankful you only have to worry about some horns and drums and not worry about your neighborhoods being destroyed by American bombs. Thank you.
Ashley Arellano, Kadia,
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name's Kadisha. I'm in Ward 4. It's where I live, and I also work in the city of Santa Ana. I'm tired. I'm super tired of coming here and just begging y'all to see us. We've been going to Lou Correa's house, peacefully. We have children there, we have dogs, we've had conversations with neighbors. And, you know, I don't understand how, if you are a neighbor seeing someone come to a politician's house, how you don't ask yourself why they're there. They're not there out of convenience. They're there because there's pain, and they want that pain to stop. So I really ask y'all here to consider their pain, please. And we've had some people share with us that they've lost several family members in this. I feel lucky because my family lives in the West Bank, so they don't have bombs flying over their heads every hour. But just consider that for a moment, that this peace is not just quietness, but your life almost ending. Just consider it. That's what we're asking. Thank you.
Jesus Vasquez, followed by Karush Karimi and Lucinda Solorzano.
Hello, council members. Jesus Vasquez, Ward 4. I live in the city. I've lived in the city my whole life. I know no other city as my own home. And I come here to express my deep concern with this Ordinance 24. It's been a long-standing tradition and right in our country that we have the peaceful right to protest in public forums, such as streets and whatnot. And this ordinance seems arbitrary and broad because, as many residents brought up, they seem to be troubled with the disturbances that are going on in front of their own homes, but are okay if it's 300 feet away, are okay if as long as it's somebody else's house. Does that make enough sense to curtail our own right to protest? Does that have any meaningful impact, or does it just serve the purposes of one person at the cost of another person's rights? I ask you to vote against this ordinance because it's against the principles and foundations of our country. I want to bring up things that have been going on in the past councils. Mayor Mezcla rhetorically stated that that she didn't have a direct hotline to Washington. It seems ironic to me because that seems the opposite seems to be the case. And also, Phil Becerra previously mentioned that undocumented immigrants didn't need a vote because he listens to them. Yet, when they come asking for help, he's not in the room, he's not there listening. And that just seems abhorrent to me. Thank you.
Karush Karimi. Lucinda Solorzano. Ahmad Shot. Haz Al. Aaron Valle. Ivan Reyes. Michael Chu. Jane Doe. Yafa. Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speaker cards we have presently. Mayor Pro Tem Fan, are there any speakers at your location who wish to address the council?
No, there are no speakers at my location. Thank you.
Okay. We could barely hear you, but I think you said no.
No.
Okay, thank you. We do have, it looks to be about 14 more minutes, and we do still have some speakers on Zoom. First speaker on Zoom, Leah. You could unmute, make your comment. Leah? Next speaker, Ben Salazar.
Yes, hello, my name's Ben Salazar. I'm a member of the Ward 3 in the neighborhood of Saddleback View. First of all, I call upon Lou Correa to call for a ceasefire in Gaza now. Secondly, I do not think the city's time or money should be wasted on the coddling of a congressman who refuses to listen to his constituents' overwhelming calls for a ceasefire. He is not responsive to the demands of his constituents, and civil disobedience is the most constructive and most democratic response to a representative elected who refuses to do their job. By cutting off these avenues, the only possible response is more drastic action and less peaceful protest. Do not hamstring our ability to express ourselves to protect an anemic and disengaged congressman. Thank you.
Next speaker, caller whose phone number ends in 921. Please unmute and make your comments. (921). Next speaker, Pat
Hold
Davis.
on, Jennifer, 1 second. Sir, you need to sit down, please. Thank you.
Yes, this is Pat Davis, and I'm on tonight to urge that you reject this ordinance bodied in item 24. You seem to thrive on creating fear and angst about and among folks in your community. Shame on you. I do want to thank you for the ceasefire resolution, though. That lengthy process was unnecessarily long and quite painful to watch. Access to our elected leaders in person and even distance on social media platforms is most important. I question the legality of several of you denying the exchange of thoughts and ideas on your accounts. Congressman Correa is my congressman, and his continued unwillingness to meet with his public is sadly not surprising. His lack of calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and to stop the genocide while claiming impartiality is at the least very dishonest. I suggest those who are disturbed in the neighborhood by the noise, please use your influence, neighborly influence, to insist that he meets with his public. Limiting rights to protest and gather in public places is the basis of our foundation. Your latest offering to gain favor from Congressman Correa to protect and buffer you from those you and the congressman were elected to serve is most disappointing. Public protests, again, being that fabric of the founding of this country, we all continue to demand that right, calling on our country for a ceasefire and to stop the genocide. Earlier, you made reference also to other very deadly practices, one being your resistance to the harm reduction program and the needle exchange, only again reflects your ignorance and attempt to continue to create fear. And finally, in the area of unhoused folks who die on the streets, you brag on your work, but I do want to mention again that Santa Ana had 9 out of the 33 deaths in February unhoused on your streets. That exceeds any other city in that count. So I suspect that you again this year will have the most unhoused die on your streets. Thank you.
Next speaker, Julia. Please unmute and make your comments.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Mayor. My name is Julia Gomez, and I'm a staff attorney at the ACLU of Southern California. Yesterday, the ACLU sent a letter to the Council urging you to reject item 24. We're extremely concerned with the fact that this ordinance was introduced to put a stop to ongoing ceasefire protests in front of Congressman Correa's home. In fact, the urgency ordinance specifically identifies ceasefire protests as the reasons behind this attempt to suppress free speech. Santa Ana residents have a history of exercising their rights to protest without similar suppressive response from the council, including in 2016 when youth ended their hunger strike in front of then council member Sarmiento's home. The agendizing of the ordinance in response to ongoing residential protests raises an inference that the measure is instead intended to stifle the expression of pro-Palestinian views that the mayor and some members of the council may disagree with. As we laid out in our letter, laws that discriminate based on viewpoint are unconstitutional. And even if a law is content neutral on its face, the law may nonetheless be unconstitutional if it is in fact a facade for viewpoint-based discrimination. And that's what appears to be happening here. The 300-foot requirement is also incredibly concerning. 300 feet is almost the length of a football. Think about that for a second, the length of a football. If passed, this restriction would be on the more extreme and restrictive end of residential picketing laws in the country. The 8th Circuit, for example, struck down a ban that prohibited picketing within 200 feet of a targeted resident. And other courts, like the New Jersey Supreme Court, also struck down restrictions over 200 feet. The City Council has historically shown a commitment to civil rights by adopting progressive policies following robust public discourse. There is no reason why Santa Ana should have a more restrictive protest law than a place like Arkansas, which is located in the 8th Circuit and is not known for its civil liberties. Although the ordinance will force protesters to move nearly an entire football field away
Your
from
time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker, housing. Please unmute and make your comment.
Yes, thank you. I want to recognize, first of all, the great job that this council did in recognizing community at the beginning of the meeting. Those community members are really what Santa Ana is all about. And frankly, the community members are really what every city is all about. And in the same breath, somehow this dais has chosen to silence community by proposing ordinance that would silence people. You heard from the ACLU representative a minute ago that is egregious, quite frankly, my words, that the ignorance and the effort to do harm to the community is actually something that you gave effort to. It's actually something that you took time to think up and draft. Like, how could we hurt the community that pays us? How could we hurt the community that helped us get into office? And you want the communities to support this? I think it's horrible. And lastly, I demand actually that the rhetoric that's being used for the people who are suffering from poverty in your community, the unhoused, let's say, the people of color, you always mention many times. The mayor mentions, and Councilman Becerra mentions, and they use negative rhetoric to identify people who are unhoused as criminals, as a threat to the community. But if you look at the statistics of those who
Your time
maybe
is up.
were.
Next speaker, Danette. Please unmute and make your comments.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to start out with this quote. Censorship is the tool used when the lie loses its power. As a constituent of Representative Correa, I am calling on him to immediately call for a permanent ceasefire. I have been haunted day and night by the images and videos coming out of Gaza, and it's beyond horrendous that we still haven't called for a ceasefire in this country. And this is why we feel compelled to use our collective voices to end this vicious obliteration of a people. I have been to several of the protests in front of Representative Lou Correa's house, and our group has been nothing but peaceful and respectful. This resolution, if passed, will set a dangerous precedent in Santa Ana and Orange County, and at this juncture in our country's fading democracy cannot be tolerated. The right to peaceful assembly is an American right. As I said, I am a constituent, and Representative Correa refuses to take constituent calls or answer emails. I have sent not millions, tons of emails to him. I only get boilerplate auto responses, nor will he take meetings anymore. I personally met with him maybe 3 times and have found him arrogant and dismissive and unwilling to speak about anything that he does not agree with. I also have called and left messages with his staffers and have asked more times than I can count for calls back or a response to my numerous emails. I get nothing. Shame on you, Lou, although it looks like you don't have any. And also I wanted to reference a comment that an earlier speaker said that he doesn't agree with us and that's why he's not returning calls. That is not a valid answer or response to that. And we did try to get rid of him, and the corrupt Democratic Party kneecapped our candidate. So thank you.
Next speaker, Leonel. Please unmute and make your comments.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Leonel Flores from the Madison Park neighborhood. I am here today in opposition of item 24. I just wanted to say that for 26 years, we had the same mayor here in Santa Ana that didn't do a lot of good things for the city. And Congressmember Carrera has also been a representative for 26 years. So I believe someone from Ward 3 mentioned if you don't agree with it, to vote him out. I think that's a pretty good idea. He's been in office for quite a long time. And as we've seen in our community, that doesn't always pay off. I know now we have our first female mayor, and she's very proud to tout that. But I've also noticed that now that we do have this, there's been a lot of suppressive tactics and policies that are being trying to push onto the community. First, with the media and trying to dictate where they can stand and record, trying to violate the freedom of the press, and now with this measure, trying to violate our constitutional rights. And I think this is a very dangerous policy. I think it's actually a form of systemic violence against the entire city of Santa Ana, including the residents of Ward 3, because this is going to affect all 310,000 residents in Santa Ana, not just the people that are in support of Palestine. So I ask you not to pass this ordinance and not create harm for our community and also for the city, because I could already sense lots of legal battles are going to be coming towards the city's way, and that's just going to be a lot of wasted
Your time
money
is up.
that the city needs.
Next
Thanks.
speaker, Katie. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Katie Newman. I live in Ward 4. I am using my public comment to urge the council to vote no on agenda item 24. I echo the concerns of my fellow community members that this ordinance infringes upon our constitutional rights to freedom of speech and public assembly. Additionally, I want to remind Lou Correa, as well as Mayor Amezcua, Council Members Penalosa, and my Council Member Becerra, that when you fail to engage in meaningful conversation with your constituents through the appropriate channels, we resort to this type of direct political action. You already have a solution. I also would like to note that logistically, this ordinance is written in a way that unjustly moves the disruption further into the community of Floral Park. So it moves it away from the targeted residents and audience, and it puts further burden on the community. 300 feet is, I imagine, would go on both sides. So that includes the side that is Floral Park. I leave you with this quote from Martin Luther King Jr. There is a type of constructive, nonviolent tension that is necessary for growth. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ash. Please unmute and make your comments.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So as we all know, the First Amendment of our Constitution grants citizens the right to assemble and engage in peaceful protests in public spaces, at sidewalks, public squares, parks, and yes, streets adjacent to the homes of genocide-supporting congressmen. Who has claimed that we are not peaceful or civil? I would like one example of a protester being anything other than civil. One example of property damage, one law that was broken, one threat that was made. The police have showed up every time we protest and do nothing but speak with us because they know as well as you do that we've broken no laws. Lou Correa's rhetoric is full of lies, and this is shameful behavior from an elected official who wants us to watch our families get slaughtered with our tax dollars and just shut up and take it. We are simply not going to shut up, even if you keep spreading lies about us. This is extremely disappointing that we're even considering this ridiculous proposed ordinance, but it's also not surprising at all. Zionists and people like Lou who support Israel are well known for claiming land that isn't theirs and then doesn't actually belong to them, and then telling people what they can or can't do on it and restricting people's legal rights. Please vote against this absolutely ridiculous and un-American proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the 2 hours
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. All right, at this time, Councilman Vazquez, it looks like the room is pretty much emptied out, so if we can get through city business, and then we'll get through that. Thank you. We're going to go to the consent calendar at this time, items 6 through 23, with the exception of item 8. Are there any items you want to be pulled? Please let me know, or any abstentions.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem, you still there with us?
Yes, and can you hear me better now?
Perfect, we can hear you. Do you have any items you'd like to pull or abstain from?
Nothing to pull, but I would like to abstain from item 22, as Tate & Associates is a client of my employer, Reconvening. Thank you.
Confirming you said item 22?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to move the consent calendar.
Before we do that, I'd like to go ahead and pull item 23.
Councilman Penalosa?
Your motion?
Hold on a second. Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to also pull item number, where are my notes? It's the one with the destruction of records. Or, my notes closed. Nabil, your
somebody's-
items, whatever
is
item.
Item 14?
Yes.
Somebody's mic is on, Jennifer. Can you, Madam Clerk, can
14.
you hear it? Item 14?
Yes, item 14.
Is that the only one?
Yeah.
Mayor, Councilman Lopez?
No item to pull.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Vazquez?
Nothing to pull.
Thank you.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Lopez to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 8, which was previously approved. Items 14 and 13 pulled, or I'm sorry, 14 and 23 pulled for separate consideration, and a noted abstention by Mayor Pro Tem Fan on item number 22. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Vazquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Van?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Mayor, the first item that was pulled is item 14 by Councilmember Penaloza.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Madam Clerk. I wanted to make a motion to approve number 14, but remove any of the records related to the Bristol Street widening project. I would not be supportive of destroying any records about the Bristol Street widening until Bristol Street is complete.
I'll second.
Regardless of the phase, thank you. So approve everything else except Bristol Street widening records.
I'll second your motion.
Just one question. I don't have it here in front of me. I apologize. Nabil, how far back are we going?
Records that are later than 2012.
So from 2012 backwards, forward?
Forward.
Backwards.
Right, meaning
I got it. Okay.
12, 11, 10,
Yeah, I
and
got
so
it, I got
forth.
it, I got it. I know what backwards means. Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
You're
I have.
welcome.
Prepare to vote then, if there's nothing else?
So
Oh,
I
I'm
have
sorry.
a question. So some of those documents are really old, and I know it's part of our retention policy, which is pretty consistent, even like in corporate, there's retention policies. Are there any aspects of the current documentation included in this that the city should retain? I know plans change all the time. Some of them are really, really old, so they should be updated. So I just want to hear from the department.
Those are plans that were in the basement in the city hall, and most of them are development type plans and permits.
So what is the need? Is there a need to hold on to that paperwork?
There is no need to hold on to these plans, and there is a record retention that we need to comply with. Anything older than, I believe, 10 years needs to be destroyed.
Okay, got it.
No other questions, comments? Okay, go ahead. We're prepared to vote, please.
Motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to approve the destruction of obsolete city records in the Public Works Agency with the exception to retain any records related to the Bristol Street widening project. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Vazquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay. Nay by Councilmember Lopez. Motion carries. The next item pulled is item number 23 by Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is to increase the city manager's offices and the police department headcount, amend the city's classification and compensation plan, and approve the city council appointee salary schedule. So the city manager's office is seeking to add and fund a deputy city manager for the city manager's office. And I do support that. I think that we've been operating off an org chart that is, I'd say our city has outgrown some aspects of that org chart. So I think it's very important that we add that deputy city manager. But in addition to that, this item is also asking us to do is to reallocate PD funds towards non-sworn positions. And, talk about listening to our community. I listen to my community, and my community says, we want more police. We want quicker response times. We want to see sworn officers out there responding to calls for service. And so rather than reallocate police department funds towards non-sworn positions, and that's not to say that those positions aren't needed, but I can't in good conscience reallocate PD funds away from sworn officer positions. I think if anything, what we need to work on is filling those positions, not necessarily reallocating. This is just another, honestly, it's just another aspect of defunding the police. Granted, it stays in the department, but it's going away from sworn officers, which we need more of, not less of. So I don't know how my colleagues want to address this, but I want to support adding the deputy city manager to the city manager's office, but I do not support the reallocating of the PD funds to these other positions that are non-sworn.
So, Madam City Attorney, let me ask you, we separate these up, because I don't know how the other councils, I don't know if you're pushing your buttons. I know Jennifer said we're not going to use that, because Mayor Pro Tem is also, she doesn't have a button to push here, so if you want to speak, let me know. I want to be able to separate each position so we can vote appropriately or have a discussion.
From a legal standpoint, you can take each of them or in sections based on departments if you so choose, and I would defer to the city manager if he'd want to do that in a different way.
Perfect. You want to go through department classification?
It's up to the council. Yes, we could do that.
I'm good with classification. Is everybody good with classification?
Sure. Do you want people to provide comment first?
If you want to, yeah. Or we can do classification, then you can provide comment based on that. Go ahead. You have comments, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So, Tom, can you speak to the point that Councilmember Becerra just talked, because I know this was like a staff-driven item, so can you explain, I guess, to the community if you're trying to defund the police, as it was stated?
Thank you, Councilmember and members of the City Council. The focus of this item came from the issue that we have quite a few vacancies in our sworn ranks, and those positions, not just in our agency, but every agency throughout the state of California, and especially in Orange County, every agency is having trouble recruiting and hiring police officers to fill those positions. The city of Santa Ana, my understanding, for many years, has had a number of vacancies in the sworn ranks. And this was a concept and an attempt to utilize existing vacancies and the salary savings from those vacancies to fill additional positions that can help provide a quicker response from our police personnel to our citizens and residents and guests that we have in the city of Santa Ana. And so in terms of our discussions with the Police Officers Association and the Police Management Association, the acting chief, Rodriguez, and I had several discussions about how we could further increase customer service without, from our point of view, impacting the budget and impacting kind of the day-to-day operations that we're utilizing. So this has support of the department, support of the labor unions, and support of our staff internally in management to look at this issue and to move forward with these. So the concept is that we have so many vacancies for our sworn. We want to fill those. Part of the operation of this and the change in this will be to hire additional human resources personnel to help speed up the hiring of personnel. But in addition, the police department is made up of a lot of different professionals that provide a variety of different services to the community. Many times, police officers that are in the field might have to go to a car break-in, and then maybe that car break-in occurred 6 hours earlier, and just the next morning the residents are realizing that break-in occurred. It's not an active crime scene. It is a crime scene. To be able to call a forensics personnel, a crime scene investigator to go out and take fingerprints and do the good work in terms of ensuring that we provide that service to that resident. They can do that without necessarily taking a police officer out of the field. Councilmember Becerra makes a good point that we should be doing that with officers as well, and we could fill those positions. From our point of view and from our discussions with, again, the unions and our department, every agency is having trouble filling all those vacancies. Our point would be, until we get to that point where all those vacancies are filled, let's hire additional non-sworn personnel that we could fill at a faster pace and get them to provide a higher level of service immediately. And then down the road, this council's shared with me that there's an interest in hiring additional personnel to provide additional services and to reduce crime even further. And so I think that could happen down the road and through increased hiring, but this is a good first step to immediately create some change and provide even a higher level of customer service. That's what I wanted to talk about this evening. I'm not sure if our acting chief has anything else he'd like to add.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. In addition to that, I would add that increasing some of these professional staff roles will increase our service delivery, but more importantly, it would bring us back to certain staffing levels and professional staff before the economic downturn of 2008. Back then, we had approximately 15 CSI officers. We had 3 more dispatcher positions that we reallocated throughout the years to fund other positions. So this actually would elevate our service delivery platform and bring our, as the city manager said, we still have vacancies on the PD side, and I would love to have all these positions and additional police officers, but I understand there's budgetary constraints, so this would give us an opportunity to bring up our dispatchers, our police investigative specialists, our police service officers to levels that they were before the economic downturn.
Got it, thank you. I think it's important for the public to hear that from both of you, right? Because it's very easy to try to instill fear in people or go out there and lie, as we've seen in past years, saying that I'm defunding the police, but thank you for letting the public know that this came from staff, and that makes sense. Even monetarily, you get more non-sworn people that are able to help residents with reports, whatever the calls are, for sworn officers. And so that makes sense, and those are the types of solutions that we should be supportive of, specifically because of the predicament that we are with the budget and long-term planning. And so how can the department be more effective with the resources that they have, and how can you open up those positions for other people to learn who possibly will want to be a sworn officer one day? So thank you for your recommendation. I will be supporting it.
I'll make a motion to move the item.
Thank you. Councilor Panalosa?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I don't think the mayor had opened it up for a motion, but.
No, I did not.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Well, I do understand the reasoning behind it and the concept, and I'm very supportive of adding the deputy city manager position as well. But I'm just concerned about the major changes that this is for our police department, especially when the city is at the cusp of hiring a permanent police chief, hiring a new city manager, a permanent one. So I would hate to do these major changes to the police department and the organization, given that these changes are going to happen soon. and we're going to have people come in, and they won't get a chance to make that assessment of what the police department should be, what the organization should look like, whether it should be, we should have more sworn officers and a bigger effort at hiring those sworn officers, or are they, is the need there for more non-sworn staff? So I am not supportive of this because of that reason. Because once we I guess I didn't want to allege defunding the police, but we really are defunding sworn officers. Once we move those sworn officers, that funding away, or that classification, we're not going to get them back. It's going to be very hard to say, 5 years from now, we want to hire more officers or beef up the sworn officers to 425 or whatever it is, because it's just going to be less likely for us to be able to do that, whoever is sitting up here. So I would want to, I guess I would make a sub-motion to continue that portion of the item and let the permanent chief of police, whoever that may be, I have no idea who it is, make that assessment of the police department. Yeah, that would be my sub-motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Becerra?
I'll second that with comment. And I want to thank Councilmember Pelosi for framing that as really, we are defunding sworn officers, right? It's not defunding the police. Obviously, we're talking about a forensic service supervisor, police service officer, police service dispatchers. We need those positions. But as Councilmember Pelosi said, we're going to lose that funding for the sworn officers. In other words, we aren't going to go out and hire police investigative specialists and then all of a sudden next fiscal year kick them out and then try to go back to hiring officers. So that money will leave that column. It will not be in the line item for sworn officers. So that's why. And I would think that some of my colleagues would appreciate the fact that even though the police union supports this item, some of us up here don't support it. So who knew? There's some disagreement there. But with that being said, I too will not be supporting this portion. And I appreciate Councilmember Penaloza's suggestion that we go ahead and allow our new permanent chief to make that judgment call. Though I do appreciate Acting Chief Rodriguez for taking a look at this. And I do want to compliment our acting chief because he has made some adjustments that I think the community is already receiving very well. I think things that are happening down the south end of town, and I'm going to steal a little bit of your thunder. I know that we're going to be seeing some bicycle cops rolling through our neighborhood soon. Well, timing is everything. So I just wanted to thank you, Acting Chief, for that. Again, I appreciate your efforts on this, but I do think that we should go ahead and allow that to be determined by our next chief.
Councilman Vasquez?
Hello, Mr. Hatch, I got a question. Are we deleting sworn officer positions, or are we merely suspending so it could be easily brought back or changed around?
Yes, Councilmember, the proposal in front of you is to suspend and put a freeze on a certain number of positions, 12 sworn positions that are funded, and opening up the 17 new positions to help support the department.
How many do we have positions that are not filled right now in the police department?
I want to say it's about, there's, in terms of sworn, I think it's 38, but the total number of positions, I'd have to ask Acting Chief Rodriguez if he knows that information off the top of his head.
Including sworn positions, I believe we're approximately about 70 or so positions unfilled.
Mayor and council, pardon the interruption. I just wanted to announce for the record that Mayor Pro Tem Van did need to leave the meeting, so she is no longer participating.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez, you have other questions?
So we have a long way before we get to that 12 that we're using for this, right? We have a long way to go to higher positions. 12, another 12, 13, 15?
Yes, so in terms of the total sworn vacancies, and the acting chief is here to correct me if I'm inaccurate, it's approximately 38 sworn vacancies, And so this would be freezing 12 of those 38 positions to create the funding towards 17 non-sworn positions.
And how many do we swear in a year? How many new officers do we hire a year?
That's dependent just on the current situation in the year. Right now, up to this point, we've hired 5 new police officers this year, but we have approximately 20 plus in backgrounds.
Right. And how many do we lose about retire or transfer out every year?
We've been losing a greater rate, I believe, or equal to retirements or people leaving the state.
So we have a healthy balance of, we could use this 12 and we still would be okay as we move on. We'd still be fine and running, and we'd still continue to hire at the rate we're hiring. And we wouldn't really feel this 12 moving to the 17 unsworn positions, right? It's not going to be.
So we looked at that carefully, and that was an important consideration. From my perspective, and again, I've been here a short time with the city, but in those discussions that we've had with the police department, the associations, the unions, the likelihood of filling all 38 positions in the next year or even a little bit longer than that is unlikely, because we continue to have people that leave and separate from the organization to go on to other positions or to retire or other kinds of situations. And so these number of positions, from my perspective, have shown to be vacant for many years, and not just something new right now.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank my colleagues for the dialogue today. This is a topic that is important to residents here, but I also want to acknowledge the need for us to have a police department that can strengthen its efforts in having a continuity of care. Our police department has an abundance of officers who are responding to crimes on a daily basis, but we also know there are open cases where there are shootings that happen in our city that are still unsolved, fatal shootings where, underage children have lost their life in our city. And although I see the importance in us adding sworn officers to the city, this approach that our city manager's office has taken is in collaboration with our police department. I want to be very clear. The city of Santa Ana is not defunding the police department. The rhetoric that was talked about here at the dais is reckless. Because what we are going to be bringing to the table with this transition is solutions that can help us solve crime. We have police officers who will respond to emergencies, but now we will have an additional forensic services supervisor, forensic specialist, police service officer, police investigative specialist, police services dispatcher, and human resources analysis, and then an additional deputy city manager. What this is about is expanding our city and ensuring that we are filling every single gap that exists in government. And sometimes, it looks like having additional officers that can respond and have different responsibilities that are not solely just focused on what our sworn officers are doing. We still need to have forensic investigators. We still need to have dispatch. We still need to have additions to the city manager's office. So I just wanted to be on the record that I'm supporting this item because it's actually going to improve the city's services. And I want to rebuke the narrative that we are defunding our police department. Our police department worked collaboratively with the city manager's office, and it's because of that collaboration that centers community. That is why I'm voting in favor of it, and that's why there's a motion on the floor.
Thank you. So I haven't had an opportunity to speak yet, so before we vote on motions and whatnot. So, Mr. City Manager, thank you so very much, because we did have lengthy conversation about this item. Thank you, Chief. I know we also had a conversation about it. So here's a couple of questions I have. And for me, and I'm not going to say we're defunding the police. What I will say is that our city has a need to fill the 38 positions that are vacant. And we've been trying for years. And you're right. Across the country, there are agencies that are having challenges, hiring officers. And we're one of them, for many reasons, which I will not touch upon right now because that's not the issue here. But there's many reasons why people are leaving our police department. There's many reasons why people have left our police department. And as the chief said, we just hired 5 more, Chief?
5 more as of January, yes,
And
ma'am.
how many are in the queue, sir?
We have approximately 25 or 24 in backgrounds.
And how long does a background take? Because I know that backgrounds usually take what, 5 months, if not longer?
Yeah, usually around 5 to 6 months, if not longer.
And then they go into the academy for how long, sir?
Another 6 months,
And then they're being trained how long?
for another 5 months with an FTO.
So how long does it take to get an officer in a car by himself to answer calls?
Not excluding the background, with the background, at least a year and a half or so.
So, and that is one of my biggest concerns, is a year and a half is a very long time, and there is a need in our city for additional officers. When I do my coffees with the mayor, when I meet with constituents, one of their biggest issues is, as you know, because you've been present, and they're very supportive of law enforcement, but it's the time, right? And I know we've reduced response time for certain calls, but it's always, I hear the same thing. It takes them a long time to get there, and I always explain it's not that they're not coming, they're answering other calls. And we are short officers. And so I just want to be clear on that nobody's talking about defunding the police, and I want to just say that, but being able to hire police officers is very important in this city. And I believe you and the city manager agreed to increase the laterals, right? The bonuses?
Yes, that would be an option, to increase the bonus even more for laterals.
And sir, how high did you raise the bonus you and the city manager came to that agreement? How high is that now, right? What are we paying?
I'm not sure, the total I think is about 20,000, but that's dependent on college education and military service.
So up to $20,000.
Correct.
And you'd like to increase it?
If we would increase it for laterals, it would, we would have a more opportunity to recruit laterals, which gives us a shorter return on putting police officers out on the street.
And that's good to know, so thank you for sharing that. Maybe that's the conversation you have with the city manager about increasing that. So when you look at funding, right, we're gonna move funding from the 12 police officers that we're not gonna hire if this gets approved, to maybe we shift some of that funding over to lateral bonus increases so that we can bring in additional officers. Because again, it's important to our community to have enough officers. However, it's also, I support the deputy chief manager position, the HR position. So chief, under the 5-step salary here with the police department, and thank you, city manager, for saying that the POA and the police department and you are agreed to all this, because it's really important, so thank you. So chief, the forensic specialists, you have showing here a need for 6 of them. But in dispatchers, you're showing a need for just 2. How many dispatchers are we short, sir?
Currently, we are short 4 dispatchers. We just hired 2.
So we're still short 4?
Yes, 4 without these additional 2.
So we have staff in there from SEIU who work like 8 to 5, and then when they leave, the dispatchers take over their duties after a certain time, and so now it's dispatchers doing additional duties. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I believe they are SEIU, but yes, I think you're referring to records.
Yes.
That when records closes, because they do have limited hours, dispatchers are assuming that additional role.
So I would be supportive of hiring 4 police dispatchers, because that is so important, right? Because when people call 911, they want a dispatcher to pick up the phone. So I would be supportive of that. Can you tell me, forensic specialists, you have a request here for 6 of them. For the sake of the community, what exactly do they do, please?
A forensic specialist is a CSI personnel who respond out to the field to various crime scenes, various crimes that have just occurred, or even cold crimes, to collect whether it's DNA, latent prints, or collect any evidence regarding any crimes that have occurred.
So when we had discussed it, it was more about, instead of an officer responding to do that and taking him or her out of the field, it was to get additional forensic specialists to respond. Because back in the day, how many did we have at San PD?
Back in the day, we had 15. When I got hired here, we had 15 CSI.
And how many do we have now?
9.
9. Okay. So I agree with you that we do need them. I'm very concerned about the dispatchers, the police investigator specialists, the forensics. I do think they're all very important. For me, the dispatchers are a priority. and hiring new officers is very important as well. But I'm going to agree with Councilman Penalosa when he talks about a new city manager coming on board, a new police chief, and Tom, Mr. City Manager and Acting Chief. You guys have both done, in my opinion, a great job. And I enjoy working with you and having healthy dialogue and healthy conversations and really getting into the meat of all of these things when I do agenda reviews with you or when we discuss issues. And so I'm really big on hiring additional police officers. I would love to hire additional dispatchers because that is a very stressful job. Dispatchers, I think, Chief, we talked about it. You actually have a meditation room up there where the dispatchers are, which is actually beautiful, and it gives them an opportunity to go in there and kind of decompress when they're working, take a break. And so that tells you how stressful that job is. And so a request, if you're short for, then I would say request for, right? And so, because the budget's coming, it's very important. So at this time, I am going to support, like I said, the HR analyst, the deputy chief manager. I would support at this time for dispatchers. I'm not sure about the others, but I can't support the whole as a group. So that is why I asked the city attorney if there's a way we can break them up by classification. So
You can, but I just want to mention they're all contained within a resolution, so we would need to be very specific if there is a motion on the floor as to what would be included and what would be excluded.
Okay, so there's already a motion and a sub-motion, so go ahead, Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Rodriguez. With the question I have, so you have, right now you're authorized for 400 sworn officers, but we only have, only 384 are funded, correct?
That's correct.
And out of those 384, how many are filled total?
We have 38 sworn vacancies. So
38 sworn vacancies that are funded?
yes, they are funded and vacant. Yes.
And so this would leave you with you're looking at moving, what is it 17? No, 16 unfunded vacancies. No, you're looking at moving 16 of the funded vacancies from what you have currently unfilled, correct?
I believe it's 12.
12. And that would leave you with how many?
That would leave me with 372 funded, which would leave me with 26 vacancies.
26 vacancies. So you said that there's how many in the queue over the next year?
We have approximately about 24 in the queue right now.
And how many in the queue are expected to retire? I guess we don't know if anyone would throw in the towel and quit, but I'm talking separating. Do we know of separations that are coming in the next year?
We do have some scheduled separations that I can account for right off the top of my head right now, at least 5. But also in addition to that, just because they're in the queue, they don't all make it through the process.
Because they're going through backgrounds?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it would still leave you with a substantial amount of funded vacancies that you could fill.
That's correct, yes.
But those 12, how likely would it be to be able to get them back in the future? If we were to increase your authorization back to 384?
I think in the future, if that would be the case, if the vacancy rates were just shifted, and then let's say we weren't able to fill those CSI positions or all the dispatcher positions, I believe we could reevaluate and readjust the budget. If we happen to hire more police officers due for other factors, whether it's bonus increase, whether it's labor agreements, and if that's the case, then we can shift back the funding back to the sworn peace officers.
Okay. And I guess my last question would be for our Executive Director of Finance, if I may, City Manager. Catherine, would it make more sense to, I'm looking at the timeline of this, and I'm listening to my colleagues speak. I'm more inclined to support this because it's from an operation viewpoint, it makes sense. But timeline, it doesn't. Again, my respects to both of you and the incredible work you've done, but I'm thinking about budget cycle, new budget coming in 2 months, 3 months for approval. New city manager, permanent police chief. Catherine, would it make more sense to do this as part of the budget process, like not right before we're approving a budget?
There is certainly some advantage to doing it during the budget process because then you can see the totality of your budget and the impact on it. It's up to the council's pleasure as to what you'd like to do, but there is some logic to that.
Yeah, and again, I'm supportive. I heard Councilmember Hernandez, and it makes sense. So thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for that from an operations standpoint. But now I'm just like, okay, we're 2 months away from approving a budget, 2-3 months. Why not just? Is this something that could wait 2-3 months? I guess is the question. City Manager Hatch.
Absolutely, it could. The idea behind this was to make it a net zero cost, and so taking existing resources and looking to expand the number of personnel in the department by 5. So this proposal would increase the number of police personnel by 5 individuals. And I would say anytime the city council wanted to add or fund additional positions as part of a budget, you absolutely could do that. So we saw this as 2 separate issues, maximizing the existing budget, and then in the future, the city council could always expand and add resources to the police department budget.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if the motion was still made.
I have another question.
Okay.
I have one more question. So Catherine, thank you for that information. Where'd she go? Thank you for that information. It's good to know about how we could do it in the budget, and that's actually a good recommendation, so thank you. Again, I'm gonna go back. So I think you just said something about the funding of the 12 officers. So we're moving money, right? We're taking money from one allocation and we're moving. Catherine's going, shaking her head yes, right? Can you come back? Is that okay, Mr. City Manager? Thank you. So we're taking the funding from where exactly, please?
It's all within the police department budget, and so you would just be moving it from one allocation to another allocation within the same budget.
So several months back, I would say late last year, I had asked for an audit of the police department's budget, and I think, Chief, we've even talked about it as well. And I know I talked about it with City Manager Hatch, because of this reason, right? Like, where should the money go? How are we using it? If you need to increase the bonus to hire more officers, or dispatchers, again, I'm gonna go back to dispatchers, because once records leave, I think they're there from what, 8 to 5 or 8 to 4:30? Do you know that? So then dispatchers take over, and I really keep saying that because when you call 911, they're the ones that answer. And then after hours, when you call records, the dispatchers are answering that phone call and the 911 calls. And so it's a very stressful job. The forensic specialist, very important. But as far as the funding, I think doing it in the budget time is so critical, because we need to really look deep into the police budget. So if we have not filled the 38 positions, and we're funded for 384, is that what you said, Chief? Yeah. And then
Yes.
there was approval before I was on the council for up to 400, is that correct? Do I remember correctly?
That is correct.
And so currently with 38 non-sworn vacancies, but overall you have 70 vacancies throughout the police department.
Yes, that's including professional staff and sworn.
Right, so in my mind, looking at it during the budget time is critical, because then we can look at the budget as a whole and where is that money going? I know we use, Chief, and you can correct me, we use overtime quite a bit for certain areas, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
Can you give us an example?
I do have an example of some special events. For example, let me get the email real
Councilman
quick.
Hernandez said the observatory, like when there's a concert. Yeah, I'm sure that's part of overtime. That's okay, Chief. So during the budget, we can dig into, we can dig into not dig, you know what I mean, examine.
Absolutely.
The police budget, and then look how we can allocate the funding for each one of these positions, because they're all very important. And so, again, I know there's a motion and a sub-motion. I just think the deputy chief manager is very important, the human resources, we need it. 4 dispatchers, again, if we're gonna move forward, I'd like to include 4 dispatchers if that works for everybody instead of just 2. So I just have questions, but I'm a fan of looking at it during the budget time because we're tightening things up, so. All right, thank you. This one's an interesting one, okay. Any other comments by anybody? Oh, I can't see your hand, go ahead.
The training is not, the length of the training is not an issue with me. I think our officers need it. There's probably every other council meeting that we're talking about the payouts that our residents have to pay, right, because of police car crashes. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So I don't want that to become an issue within the framework of hiring people. But one of the things you said earlier was the reference of the police response time. Can you talk about how this would help with that, since that's a big issue that we consistently hear about?
Sure, I'd be happy to start, and then I ask the acting chief to assist me if I miss something or he wants to add anything. And so from our perspective, I think the acting chief is correct that, we might have 20 individuals that we've identified that are going through the process. My experience in most organizations, the vast majority of people that go into a background check process do not come out of the background check process. And so it's a much smaller number than we might end up, going through the academy and ultimately hiring and having them as part of our staff. We saw this as an opportunity to take vacancies that were reoccurring on a regular basis, and instead of those dollars not being fully utilized within the same allocation, take those dollars, put it into non-sworn personnel or professional personnel, and would hopefully be able to hire those at a faster rate, and then those individuals would be out on the streets along with our other existing staff and be able to help reduce response times and serve the public at a faster rate.
Thank you. And I would add to that some of these professional staff positions, for example, the police investigative specialist, we currently have vacancies in our detective bureau. So every time we have vacancies and we don't fill them, that impacts our case management. So I would have to assign some officers to move over to the detective bureau, which would take some officers away from patrol, allowing to have more police investigative specialists or even the police service officer that can take traffic collision reports. It would free up some patrol officers to be able to respond to more emergency calls and not send as many officers up to the detective bureau.
Thank you, because the message that I'm getting is that it would make the city safer, right? So I don't really understand what the holdup would be, but acting chief, how long have you been with the department?
24 years.
24 years, thank you. And Tom, how much professional experience do you have in the realm of policy work, city work?
Sure, it's 36 total years, but I've been with the city of Santa Ana a humble amount, which is 1 day short of 4 months.
You are counting.
Well, I asked that because some of the comments that I heard is we should really let somebody else make this decision And you can make this decision with the executive authority that you have, which is why you're bringing it forth, right? And so with 36 years, 24 years in the department, I don't know why anyone would try and undermine the recommendation that you are giving this council tonight, which essentially you're saying is going to help the city be safer by adding dispatchers, by adding lab analysts, by adding detectives that are going to actually help solve crime in the city. And so again, I just want to state that I'm in full support of the recommendation that our professional staff is making. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other comments, I just want to be really clear. Nobody's undermining, and words up here are always very interesting. Nobody's trying to undermine. Our job up here, as always, is to ask questions. And so, you know, Mr. City Manager, we've had discussions about this. We are trying to find a way to fill the gaps. Acting Chief Rodriguez and the police department. It's not about an undermine. It's asking questions because we have constituents at home that are watching, and I know because they call the next day and say, I watched the meeting and blah, 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 and they have questions. So it's good to ask while we're sitting up here. It's not about undermining. I personally have the utmost respect for both of you. And you sometimes come in my office or see me in the hallway and say, can I talk to you and ask questions? That's what this is about. That we have conversation with you and say, why do we need this? Or what we're about to go into the budget cycle. And so the budget for police is always such a big deal in the budget cycle. I haven't been here that long, but I've watched it and it can be pretty contentious. So guess what? I'm not saying I don't agree with it. Again, the deputy city manager, the HR position, I would add 4 dispatchers instead of 2. So I'm not trying to undermine you, and I don't think anybody else up here, and I'm going to speak for them, but that's not what I'm hearing. So there's a motion, and then there's a second motion, an amended motion. So let's move forward. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilman Penaloza.
I would just say that I've just for the record that I do agree with Councilmember Lopez and Hernandez, and I think, and with staff's recommendation, I think it's a great idea. It makes sense, but the timing of it is what I'm just not comfortable with because of the budget and whatnot. But I think I had made the sub-motion, but I would amend my sub-motion to bifurcate the deputy city manager position, move forward with that resolution. I know the city attorney was asking for that specific language of which resolutions we wanted approved. I would move forward with that one, the deputy city manager, and this iPad never works when I want it to. And just continue, not deny, not stop the police workforce changes within the department. So that would be the sub-motion, is moving forward with everything else, but continue the police department workforce changes. That would be the sub-motion.
And I would second that sub-motion.
Yes, and just for specificity, that would be the first resolution, which is amending the current fiscal year 2023-24 annual budget to add full-time positions in the city manager's office, striking "and the police department" from the title, and removing section 3, which pertains to adding positions in the police department.
Correct.
And as well, the motion would include approval of the other 2 resolutions before you, changes to the city's classification and compensation plan, and adopting and approving the council appointee salary schedule.
Yes, and again, my sub-motion isn't denying it. It's continuing it for 2 months from now when we dive into the budget.
There was a motion and a second. Anything else? Go ahead, Jeff.
So this is on the sub-motion by Councilmember Penaloza and seconded by Councilmember Becerra to approve the 3 resolutions, with the first resolution amended to, at this point in time, remove the police department provisions to be continued to a later date, as well as approving the other 2 resolutions to the city's classification and compensation plan and the council appointee salary schedule. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
The vote is 3-3. That's a tie vote. Motion fails. We would revert to the original motion on the floor, which is to approve the item as presented. Councilmember Becerra?
No.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza.
No.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mescua.
No.
Vote is 3 ayes, 3 nays. Nays by Councilmembers Becerra and Penaloza and Mayor Mescua. Motion ties, fails again.
Mayor Mescua, may I, or actually, Madam City Attorney, am I allowed to make another motion?
Go
You'd
ahead,
like, if the chair
Councilmember
accepts your motion, yes.
Go ahead.
So I think we obviously have a disagreement on the police items, but can we at least, as a council, I'm just going to make I'm going to call it a piecemeal motion here to at least approve the items, the resolutions amended to, as they relate to the deputy city manager and the human resource analyst.
I'll
That's my
second your motion.
Okay.
No comments? Great, thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
Just quick question for clarification. So you're pulling out the recommendations, changes for PD?
Yeah, well, I'm not including those as part of the
Yeah.
approval.
So isn't that just what we voted on?
Well, it's a motion.
Okay, thank
So
you
the
for
motion is
clarification.
for the deputy city manager and the HR analyst, and those are the only two positions. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Let's vote. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
No.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
No.
Mayor Mescua.
Yes.
Vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays. 2 nays. Nays by Councilmembers Lopez and Vasquez. The motion carries to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of Anna to amend the current fiscal year 2023-24 annual budget to add full-time positions in the city manager's office and the police department solely for a human resources analyst. Resolution to effect certain changes to the city's classification and compensation plan, and the resolution to adopt and approve a council appointee salary schedule in compliance with Title II of the California Code of Regulations, Section 570.5, and the California Public Employees Retirement System. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
And point of clarification, Mayor Mescua?
Yes.
Just for staff. So the rest of the police classification staff changes will come to us as part of the budget cycle, correct?
We would like them to come back. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
We could provide that information to the finance department. They will include it as part of the budget process.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go now to item 24. Before we start, Madam City Attorney, can you clarify some things, please?
Yes, I have a brief statement to make for you, and then be happy to take any questions.
Go ahead, Madam City Attorney.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor and Council. The proposed ordinance establishing distance requirements for targeted residential picketing was initiated by staff. I'd like to say that again. It was a staff-driven proposal. Congressman Correa did not contact my office, nor was he in any way involved with the drafting of this ordinance. And no one on the City Council contacted me or requested the drafting of this ordinance. So you might ask, how did this ordinance come about? The City Attorney's Office staff was in a meeting, and we were asked if Section 10-110 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code could be enforced. So we looked at this section. This section of the code was actually adopted in 1989. And this is what the code section says. It says, it is unlawful for any person to engage in picketing before or about the residence or dwelling of any individual, where such picketing is focused on that particular residence or dwelling. So again, the city already had in its municipal code provisions which were proper under time, place, and manner restrictions. But we took a closer look and found that there were other sections in this particular ordinance that addressed some content that should not have been regulated. So after reviewing the municipal code and the law, we learned that there were ways to improve the existing ordinance. We found a case directly on point. That case is Klein versus City of San Diego, which upheld as valid an ordinance regulating persons picketing within 300 feet of a residential dwelling, as the ordinance is content neutral. This ordinance does not prohibit protest or picketing. It is a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction, similar to restrictions upheld by the Ninth Circuit Court. As the office that drafted this ordinance, I can tell you unequivocally that the intent was not to restrict First Amendment rights to protest, but to balance the health and safety and personal privacy rights that one has in one's home. People asked why the city did not act when protesters went to the homes of other Orange County officials, and all I can say is that those officials lived either in the city of Fountain Valley or Costa Mesa, and we would have no right to regulate or adopt ordinances in those cities. They did not live here in Santa Ana. When our residents were impacted, we do what we usually do. We look at the law, we review our codes, and we propose to you as the City Council any update or effective resolution that can address the situation. A law which has been adopted by a variety of cities across the state. That's the one that we have proposed to you. And those cities across the state that have this exact same ordinance range from south in San Diego to El Monte, the city of Riverside, Pleasanton, Carlsbad, Fontana, Rancho Palos Verdes, Monrovia, and Scotts Valley. A real list of diverse cities that have adopted this very same resolution. So let me just tell you that a proper analysis to challenge an ordinance that restricts speech in a public forum is whether these restrictions are valid time, place, and manner restrictions on speech. So we looked at this. And the first question is it content neutral? And yes, it is. Is it narrowly tailored to serve a significant governmental interest? And the courts have said that the government has a right to ensure residential tranquility. And that's what this proposed ordinance is aimed at doing. And finally, it leaves open, ample alternative channels for protesters. Expressing one's views, or effectively protesting, or trying to get the attention of a person, whether that person is elected or not, does not require targeted picketing. Those things can be done without targeting a single residential property. That's what this ordinance is aimed at doing. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Are there any questions for our attorney at this time? I don't see any. Here's the item. Any questions or comments regarding this item?
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank members of the public who are attending today's meeting and are sharing their concerns about the city of Santa Ana impeding on your First Amendment rights and your rights for public assembly. I was elected into office in 2020 at the height of the racial injustice movement. We saw George Floyd be knelt on for 8 minutes plus by Derek Chauvin. And at that time, Santa Ana was in an uproar. Residents were protesting on the street. Residents were utilizing their voice across this country and sharing just exactly how upset they were witnessing these injustices firsthand. I ran against a Sheriff, Juan Villegas, and the Police Officers Association, which is one of our largest political spenders here in Santa Ana. And I have seen our city in tumultuous, difficult times, and protesting is a part of what we're able to do living in America. When my cousin Brandon Lopez was murdered by 4 Anaheim Police Department officers, Catalin Panov, Paul Delgado, Kenneth Weber, and this was something that affected our family. It affected the community. Over 100 community members watched him get shot. Residents took to the streets and they grieved and they assembled peacefully. And as a member of this council, I want to acknowledge that families deserve to live in their communities. They deserve to feel safe. They deserve to feel safe and protected inside their home. And they should not feel like their lives are at risk. And the same applies to Palestinian people. We are watching Palestinian people, and we are seeing what is happening in Gaza. And it is being funded with their tax dollars. This is a matter that is affecting us in our own community. And every single protest that occurred in this council, I didn't hold personal to me. I was elected to be a voice of reason for this council. And so when there was an uproar and the majority of this council chose to push people out, instead of walking away, I walked toward the people. And I found out just how peaceful these people are. Because what the protests are rooted in is humanity. It is rooted in peace. It is rooted in protecting children, mothers, and fathers who are not given access to their schools and their hospitals because they're being bombed. And so this is not a matter of any elected official on this body or any agency that is neighboring to us. This is a fundamental human right that you have in this country. You do not need to be a U.S. citizen to use your First Amendment right. And that is exactly why I am opposing this ordinance. That'll conclude my first round of comments.
Any other comments? Councilman Vasquez?
Yes, I have been in many protests myself, and I value the idea of protest and being an activist. I protested for the Sunshine Ordinance, rent control against the illegal P-bid in downtown Santa Ana. El Centr Cultural de Mexico lost its building because the Chase family didn't like our protest of the P-bid. We kept on going. We bought a building. A few years later, we protested for ICE out of jail. We protested for Sanctuary City. In the center, we celebrate El Día del Niño every year, and I started organizing a children's march. The point of the children's march is to teach the value of protest to children, to give them power of their words, so they can come and continue the work that we've done in Santa Ana, as I just listed all the wins we've had with protesting. We gather the children, we ask them, what do you want to protest for? They tell us what they want to protest. We create signs, images that they ask, a rocket, a child, a butterfly, whatever they want, and we put their logo on there. They create a song, and we march through downtown Santa Ana. And usually as we march through downtown Santa Ana, we get to the artist village, and the folks eating at the patios start clutching their pearls and giving us dirty looks of brown kids of Santa Ana protesting for immigrant rights. And this kind of behavior is why you protest, because you want to make people feel uncomfortable in order to have that change that you're asking for from the community. And those values are taught to our kids, and this is Santa Ana. This is the place where 8 youth locked themselves up and tied themselves together in front of the ICE station and on blacktop on a heated summer day. And they were there for 8 hours and shut down an ICE station because of SB 1070 in Arizona. Because from Santa Ana to Arizona, immigrants' rights matter. This is what we have, this is who we are in Santa Ana. So when you say you represent Santa Ana, this is who we are and who we've been.
Councilman Lopez?
Sure. Well, first, I just want to thank all the residents of Ward 3 and the people in different areas of the city that have reached out and have been willing to communicate their position. As you can imagine, I've heard from people on the spectrum of don't support this, that live in the district that don't, and people that have said support this, that live in the district and don't. So I've been thinking about this all day, and I think, in the words of Tom, we love a good debate, don't we, at the Santa Ana City Council. But I certainly do know what it is like to be inconvenienced. Last year was a very challenging year, as many of you know, with the recall that I was facing. My landlord is being contacted, my former employers were being contacted, and I have a copy of those emails, so I can say that from the dais. People were asking for my personnel files, copies of my paycheck, among other things. The POA was submitting FPPC complaints against me and CCing the mayor, Phil and David. People were sent to my home to record me, to take photos of me. And I know that because those photos were circulated from people from this dais. I was at a park and people showed up again and to take videos of and photos of campaign volunteers. And even when I said, hey, I'm out of town, to their lawyer, they were sending people to my place, to my residence. So there is no part when I tell you that there is no part of my life that has not been intruded on or inconvenienced or meddled in, I mean that, right? And that's just not me saying things, there's actual documentation about these issues. And so I understand what that feels like. I certainly understand the implications that also carries, right? Not just as elected officials being disagreed with, which I think, like, that's totally fine. You don't have to agree with me. You know, and the implications for our families, right? My family has been also dragged because of me, my position on this dais. And so I just do want to encourage people to be mindful of those actions because they can carry weight. And so, you know, when I decided to share the story about my father being a grocery store worker, right, the first response was to critique my relationship with my father. When I decided to share the story about my grandmother not too long ago, again, I got emails about that. And, you know, even today I went to go get tea because it's really cold and I can't even do that, right? There's critique about why I'm not sitting up at this dais. And I think we just probably all look alike, Councilmember Hernandez. But I do reject this false dichotomy that people want to box me into. You know, and at the beginning of the meeting, the city attorney offered to this council the opportunity to speak in private because of legal letters that we've received, and the council did not support that. And I was supportive just to better understand the possible legal challenges that the city could face. We get sued for everything and anything in this city. And I guess what I want to say to staff is some of the main issues that I'm hearing is it's about the noise, right? And so I would be supportive of you bringing something to the council that amends our noise ordinance, extending it to 6 a.m. instead of 7 a.m., because I think that would help with a lot of the issues that we're seeing, not just with this particular issue, but abroad. And I had a question about how this got added to the agenda. Thank you for addressing that. The main issue that I have that I am genuinely struggling with here is the ordinance does restrict free speech, and that is essentially what I am trying to wrap my head around. How do I support that, knowing the intent of the ordinance? And that was in a memo that was circulated to us earlier. And so understanding that there could be a 300 buffer, but also understanding the loophole of the ordinance, right? How will you know what location is going to be picketed? Like, are you asking people to submit permits? Because what if somebody says, well, I'm 300 feet away from the place that we are meant to protest, and then they still up in front of the congressman's house, and you're just pushing all that noise now to other neighbors of the area, which I'm not supportive of. And so those are the questions that for me have not received a response. And so, you know, I want to know, like, is there a plan for people to submit a protesting permit? Are they going to be charged for permits? How is the city going to respond when this continues to happen?
I'd be happy to answer that question.
Yeah.
The ordinance doesn't contemplate any type of permit. Again, if you look at the definition of targeted picketing, it means picketing activity that is directed at a particular residential dwelling unit. It's or one or more occupants of a particular dwelling unit. So the point is this: protesting and picketing is an absolutely protected right under our Constitution. But even those rights can have some restrictions, right? I mentioned to you legally what those might be. What this is aimed at is not someone's general right to picket. This would not, for example, preclude picketing or general marching in or through a residential area. It says that in section 10-111C. But what it's meant to do is to not take that picketing and focus in on a particular house or a particular person. And you ask, well, why would you do that? Why would you restrict? Because you're right, this is a restriction on First Amendment rights. That's what this is. but it's a lawful restriction. And that's a very important
Yeah,
point.
and my rebuttal is just because it's lawful doesn't make it right.
It's a
right?
policy decision, and I'm not, as you often hear, that is your policy decision to make,
Correct.
right? But it's my job to inform you of what the law is and what
Thank
you
you
can
for
or
that.
cannot do. And that's why I'm saying to you, it's an admission that this is a restriction on First Amendment speech, but it's a lawful restriction. And the policy question for you all to make is it okay to have a level of disruption and disruption of tranquility in a neighborhood when it's aimed at a single home or a single person? That is the policy question for you to
Right,
answer.
right. Yeah, and it's not okay, just for the record, right?
Right, and so
I
the-
don't,
right, that's
I
what I
don't
just
think
wanted to know.
anyone here agrees with the targeting of people, and I just shared why right at the top of my comments. But what I am struggling with is the admission that this is very intentional in restricting people's First Amendment rights.
For the
free
purpose
speech.
of ensuring the peaceful tranquility
Yes,
of
but
one
the
person's
question then
home.
is, whose rights do I choose to prioritize when members of my district are saying, don't support this, and then there are members of my district saying, yes, support this?
Right, and I can't argue with that because I'm not legally nor morally do I feel that I should have that debate with you as your city attorney. What I do is inform you of what the law is, what it's intended to do, and then it's up to you as policymakers, the legislators, to decide what you want to do.
Yes, and you've done that, thank you.
Councilor Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for Sonia. So Sonia, how long have you been, or how long have you served as a city attorney?
A city attorney or the city attorney?
A and your.
My municipal experience is going on 33 years now.
Mm-hmm.
I have about 26 years as a designated city attorney for various cities throughout Southern California.
So you've got a couple of years under your belt. And so when you drafted this ordinance, or when your office did, can you tell us, just I guess probably repeat, because I think you said earlier, this draft ordinance, the way it's structured, was upheld by the Supreme Court, correct?
Ninth Circuit, which is our Court of Appeal.
Ninth Circuit,
Yes.
okay, correct. Well, thank you for that. So just across Ross Street, County Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento issued a letter to OC's congressional delegation to seek their support in urging for an immediate ceasefire. In that same letter, Supervisor Sarmiento also states that he strongly urged that they consider voicing their support for an immediate ceasefire in their capacity as a representative of Orange County. Now, Supervisor Sarmiento did not agendize a ceasefire resolution. The County Board of Supervisors have not had to recess any of their meetings in the last 4 months due to any protests. The OC sheriffs never had to clear their board hearing room in order to conduct the county's business. And the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CARE, issued a statement where they thanked Supervisor Sarmiento for urging our congressional delegation to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. All Supervisor Sarmiento did was send a letter. Meanwhile, on this side of Ross Street, we have 4 council members that could have followed the exact example of Supervisor Sarmiento and just issued a similarly worded letter, urging our congressional delegation to take a particular action. They could have stayed focused on our council's business, like addressing the imminent structural budget deficit and the pending needle distribution program application. Instead, they stoked the flames of hate right here in our chamber with the unnecessary introduction of multiple one-sided resolutions that inspired some very ugly rhetoric and behavior that led our police, be clear, our police, not our mayor, to have to clear our council chamber in order for this council to conduct city business. It should not be a shock to anybody that the actions of those 4 council members have incited the same behavior to spill out into our neighborhoods. We are very fortunate that our congressman has his district office here in Santa Ana and that he and his family also live right here in Santa Ana. But because of four council members, while our congressman is representing us all the way in Washington, D.C., his wife, his children, and his neighbors have not been able to enjoy the tranquility, privacy, and safety of their homes that any resident in Santa Ana should be able to enjoy. The congressman's district office is in the same part of Santa Ana as his home. There was no need to go to his home and bang drums and pots and pans and shine lights into his home at 6:30 in the morning. These protesters could have just as easily expressed themselves at his district office that is not within a residential neighborhood. But they instead chose his home where they could target his wife
You need
and
to
children.
please keep it down. Please, we gave you respect to make your comments. You need to let the council have their time as well, please.
Yeah, if you want First Amendment rights respected, respect mine.
Your 3 minutes
So, but
are
they
up.
instead chose his home where they could target his wife and children and intimidate them.
Madam Mayor,
very-
at least keeping it to 3 minutes.
The very least that this council could do tonight is adopt the urgency ordinance and the first reading of the ordinance before us that provides reasonable safeguards for picketing near residential dwellings. Yes, so was Councilmember Lopez, so give me my chance.
I
didn't
understand
say
that,
you
but
were.
nobody else is, we haven't said anything. Let's just finish.
It's so
You're
funny,
next,
everybody wants to
Councilman.
defend the First Amendment, but except for mine. So adopt these ordinances tonight and demonstrate that you don't condone any of our residents enduring what our congressman, his wife, his children, and his neighbors have had to endure. Supervisor Sarmiento sent a letter to OC's congressional delegation and was able to urge members of Congress to voice their support for an immediate ceasefire. He did not protest in a residential neighborhood in front of any of those congressional members' houses, and yet he was thanked by the Council on American Islamic Relations. This ordinance would not infringe upon anybody's First Amendment rights. This ordinance provides reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions so that Santa Ana residents' rights can enjoy their tranquility, privacy, and safety in their homes and neighborhoods. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. And before you speak, I apologize. We have it on our charter here that all meetings are scheduled to terminate at 11 p.m. So at 11 p.m., we need to take a vote to go up until 11:59 p.m. So can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Mayor, I'm sorry, just for clarity, the Rules and Procedures Resolution actually says that the meeting shall end by 11:59, but
Okay,
that at
very
11
good.
o'clock, the
take a
council
vote.
shall vote as to which items you'll continue to hear up until that time, and act on, and either continue the rest of the items to a later date or vote to extend past 11:59.
Yes, so you would
Okay.
look at the remaining items on your agenda, including this item 24.
Yeah, we can continue the meeting or we can go
But you have to be
11.
specific to the agenda items at 11. So we would ask you at this time to look at the remaining items on your agenda, which would be item number 24.
If I can.
24,
please
25, and
finish
And
my
number
comment.
25. Yes, so would you like to, and 26. So what
Given
would you
that
like
it's-
to do?
Hold on one second, Councilman Hernandez. I just need clarification
Yeah.
because we're in violation of the time that we'd all agreed to.
So you have remaining items 24, 25, and 26. Your rules require you to take a vote now, since it's 11 o'clock, as to which of those items you want to hear, continue with, and to tell you that your meeting ends at 11:59.
So I'll make a motion that we just finish item 24 and then that the remaining items, 25 and 26, we postpone them to the next meeting, but we cannot go past 11:59. Those are our rules. So is there a second or no? If there's nothing, then we stop at 11. Matters done. So,
Correct.
I'll second your motion.
okay. Prepare to vote?
A motion by Mayor Mesqua, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to continue, complete the discussion and vote on item number 24, and to continue items 25 and 26 to the next council meeting to be held on April 4th. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Just for clarification, we do end this meeting at 11:59, correct?
By
completion of
11:59,
number
yes.
24, yes.
With item
By the
24.
Finishing
completion of
item
item
24.
24 or 11:59, whatever comes first.
Perfect.
There is also the council communications portion on the agenda.
Um,
It's not a business item, but it is on.
Correct, but so was the motion to only handle number 24 and continue everything else? Or is it to handle 24 and do council communications?
No, it was
Just number 24. That's what I understood. So if this motion passes, you will finish 24 and you will adjourn your meeting.
Okay. I'm a yes vote.
The vote is 5 ayes, 1 nay, nay by Councilmember Lopez. Motion carries to continue to finish item 24 and adjourn the meeting.
So I would just be very clear that if we cannot finish this item without us having to remind you, then we're just going to take a break, and want to walk out, and I think a few of us will, you won't have a quorum. So if we can please get through this item. We'll be ending the meeting at 11:59. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to first and foremost begin my comment by acknowledging that I am not supportive of people targeting anyone's home. I understand the fundamental right that we all have to protest. Just because I'm not supportive of you guys protesting at somebody's home doesn't mean that I support violating our First Amendment right. I want to be clear on the record. I say this as a council member that has endured a lot of harassment, a lot of trauma. Not only, did I share, the murder of my cousin, Brandon Lopez. It occurred on September 28th of 2021. But since then, I have had multiple incidents where my driveway has been blocked by police squad cars without their lights on or without any investigation to be seen on numerous occasions. I have had death threats. I have had forums such as blogs where people have voted on how I will die, whether it be a lynching or a shooting. I have had a bolo that was released on, within our police department where Santa Ana cops were alleging Santa Ana cops of lying about my cousin being armed and him getting shot and killed as a result. These are things I've went through as a member of the Santa Ana City Council. And if I'm still I'm still sitting here on this council. This has changed my life forever, serving on this council. I've had people come to my home, of which some people on this council never reached out or shared any concern. But I didn't take that personal. My reasons for supporting people's right to free speech is rooted in the democracy that is America. We live in a country where we are able to utilize our free speech. And we have many examples that we can point to, whether it be sit-ins, whether it be black women sitting at the back of a bus and saying, I'm not moving, whether it be people protesting in the streets. We have seen change come about that. The conversation that is happening is about ending the violent occupation in Gaza. A congressional matter, a matter that a member who is elected to Congress does have a vote on. And so this is a matter of public policy. Now, I don't agree with the practice of going to people's homes, but as somebody who has had some people come to my home, I have no trespassing signs on my gate. I believe in protecting my home, but I'm also not afraid of my neighbors. And so my reasoning as to why I want to protect the First Amendment right is because I understand that as an elected official, my career could have been a lot better for me if I would have worked with the POA, if I would have been afraid of their tactics to block my driveway, put out bolos. Maybe I'd have a lot more peace in my life. But on my worst day, I'd make this decision to stand with the community. Because at the end of the day, it's going to take us. It's going to take us to fight for our loved ones. And the people who are impacted are in this room. Your loved ones are being slaughtered, and we're seeing it on our phones. And this is a matter that concerns the city council so much that we passed a resolution, a ceasefire resolution in the city of Santa Ana. And that is ultimately why I am supporting us, ensuring that we're not moving toward the direction of silencing and controlling how people use free speech. So I'll make a motion to not move forward with this ordinance. I'll place it on the floor.
Councilman Penalosa, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just also wanted to thank everybody that came out and to speak on this. As you all know, I've never wavered from infringing on people's First Amendment right to speak, protest, what have you. I've, like my colleagues, Councilmember Hernandez and Lopez, and I've also had my fair share of harassment, but I don't complain about it. It's not that I don't care, but it comes with the territory of choosing to run for public office. Now, don't celebrate too quickly. But I have a good working relationship with our Congress member. But the reality is that I couldn't care less about the inconvenience that he is personally having because it comes with the territory. It comes with, Councilmember Lopez, all the infringement on your rights. It unfortunately comes with the territory that we all chose to serve. However, like I said, I could care less about the inconvenience that Congressman Correa is facing, but I care about his neighbors, the dozens and dozens of neighbors that have nothing to do with any of this and are now being woken up at 6:30 in the morning, being kept up at 9, and that attitude there, that doesn't help your case. So that's why I've also struggled with this. I could care less about. Unfortunately, Congressman Correa doesn't live on an island where you could feel free to protest his house all you want, but he has neighbors, our residents that are here, asking us that they cannot sleep and they're woken up and whatnot. Somebody mentioned the protest outside former Mayor Vicente Sarmiento's house. Vicente Sarmiento doesn't have neighbors. If anyone's familiar with where he lives, he doesn't have neighbors. It's all law offices and commercial buildings. So, I mean, no one would bat an eye if you protest outside his house. Unfortunately, that's not the case with Congressmember Correa's house. You know, his office, his district office, where protests should be happening, are across the street. I'm always supportive of anybody exercising the First Amendment right to protest. Councilmember Vasquez mentioned protesting through 4th Street and all these other commercial areas where there aren't any neighbors. And that is unfortunately where we're at. So I am supportive of the ordinance, but I mean, I can tell you right now it's going to be 3-3, and it's going to go nowhere, and we could all call it a night. But that is the only comments I have. It's unfortunate, and I will always support your freedom to protest and write letters, but when it starts inconveniencing people that have nothing to do with the elected offices we chose, that's when it becomes a problem for me. So to all the neighbors here and Ward 3 residents that live around Congressman Correa's, that's the struggle that I've been having, and so I'm supportive of the ordinance. I didn't hear that.
It's okay, Councilman Pelosi, you didn't need to hear it. So I'm going to make my comments, and I think we're done, right? So I'm just going to say that I agree with Councilman Penalosa. I'm supporting this item because of Congressman Correa's neighbors. It's not about your freedom of speech and protesting. You're going to do it, and you're going to continue to do it. Somebody's going to do it tomorrow. It's going to be another issue. It's not about that for me. It's about when the call is from the neighbor at 6:30 in the morning, Mayor, I have a sick child, or I have a migraine, or I want peace in my home. And I get it. I understand why you guys are protesting. I get it. But we have a responsibility to the constituents that are here that we serve. And I know you don't like when I say that because you think I don't care. I care very much. But I also, my priority is the constituents that I serve. That's my priority, is the constituents that I serve. And even though some of you were at my birthday bash, and I had, people from the churches leaving, and they were scared. I had people being followed to their cars, being screamed at. They were scared. I just said, I apologize to them. That's all I can do is say I'm sorry. But like many of us up here said, we've all had our experiences. I've had mine, and I'm like Councilman Hernandez. I'm not afraid to be in my home, and I'm not afraid to be out in the streets. So, but I would say that I don't want Congressman Correa's neighbors to hear the protesting at 6:30 in the morning. I just don't. They have a right to live peacefully in their homes. Please go to his office on Broadway and protest all day long, all night long. But please do not go into the residential area, because people need to be able to live in their homes peacefully. Madam City Attorney, I want to thank you and your team. As Councilman Becerra asked you, how long have you been doing this? 30 some years, 33 years, and I don't think you would bring us an item that, we couldn't stand by in court. And so Councilman Penalosa is correct. It is probably going to be, I can't say, but it's probably going to be a 3-3 vote. And so at this time,
Mayor,
yes.
Can I ask
Can
a
I
question?
finish? And
Yeah.
then, at this time, after Councilman Penalosa, we're going to take a vote, and then the meeting will be over. Councilman Penaloza, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I briefly talked to you about this, Sonia, earlier, and to Councilmember Lopez's point who brought up the noise ordinance. So is there anything that we could currently do today in regards to noise ordinance and requirements between hours?
Yeah, so I think that might, so we do have another provision in our municipal code, and it's a provision regarding the use of noise-making items in the residential areas. So we will notify our law enforcement people who are called out for service when neighbors might complain. And so people using noise-making materials could be subject to that provision and might be cited. And so we'll look at, that's your existing rules. You don't have to do anything. Those are on the books. To amend your noise ordinance might be a little problematic, only because your ordinance requires us to read decibels, and when you're in a crowd among many people, it might be difficult to identify a single person who's making the noise at that 55 decibel level. So if you want us to explore other regulations, we can. And I would just say, communicate that to me. I just like to say we did put in a lot of work. I want to thank our police legal advisor, Tamara Bogosian, for doing much of the heavy lifting. And I do want to remind the council members that I did send you a communication on February 29th in very great detail telling you I was working on this. And no one said to me, please stop. No one called me to ask me oh, what are you doing? So, I strive to always communicate with you, especially when I'm working on controversial things. I would just ask of you in the future to let me know if I'm on the wrong track, and my staff, as we work really hard for all of you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Thank you very much. At this time, let's prepare to vote.
Mayor, there's no current motion on the floor.
Oh, there's no motion. All right.
I put a motion on the floor to.
There was no second.
Yeah.
I second your motion to knock it down, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what is your motion? Could you repeat it, please?
So my motion was to not approve the ordinance establishing distance requirements.
And you're seconding, Councilman Vasquez? Okay, go ahead, Madam City Clerk. Let's prepare to vote.
Okay, so this is a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez, to not approve the two ordinances as presented in item number 24, urgency and first reading. Councilmember Becerra?
No.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
No.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
No.
It's 3-3, motion fails.
Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.
Recording stopped.